Okay. Call our work session to order. The first item of business is an interview with Mark Hoffman, who is applying for the convention center. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
We always like to find out, number one, why you want to do this. Have you been to meetings before, things like that? What made you interested in this particular commission?
This one is most closely resembles the Best Western, which I am intimately familiar with. So,
And why is that?
the convention space and the tourism, and while I could serve on just about any of the committees, like the budget and stuff like that, I do a lot of the budgeting. I don't have a lot of involvement with the groups. I have Tiffany is my group coordinator, and while I oversee it, I'm not as involved with the convention center as she is. I'd like to be a little more involved without stepping on her toes.
You're a little unique in that you're, I don't know if I'd say a competitor, but you kind of reach towards a smaller group size than what we do. So it's a good fit. Do you think that would make any difference in being on this, being with this group?
Like a conflict of interest? Probably no more so. One, you know, I'm cognizant of it, so you would have to take that into account. However, Terry Bixel was on the board.
Mm-hmm.
He owned the darn thing, so probably no more of a conflict than when that, and Sean was also on it, and he had multiple hotels too. So I don't really think that it would do it. We have a much smaller, we can only go up to 300 people, and that's if it's a stadium style. We can only do 150 seated, so it's rather small.
Well,
I'm just making sure everybody's aware of that.
Understood.
I think the purpose of the people on the Convention Center Commission is to have stakeholders there, and certainly anybody who runs a hotel, runs a restaurant, et cetera, in town is a stakeholder. I don't see how there could be a conflict of interest.
Well, unless you're competing for small groups.
Well, except that the committee doesn't necessarily control what's happening in the
That's
sales
exactly right.
department or anything like that.
Right.
So
Or
it's-
oversight.
Yeah, there's no
Yeah.
oversight there. It's advisory.
And all the groups are already posted on the website. I don't know that I'd have any insider information.
No, I don't think so. And,
As
I
far
mean, it's
as-
traditional. We always have hotel.
As
and
far as the time
restaurants.
commitment, do they meet on a Tuesday, is it? Or
Thursday.
Yeah, are you okay with the once a month time commitment? I know, it's kind of a midday, it's like, it's 4 o'clock,
4
right?
o'clock now, yeah.
I think I can squeeze an hour out of.
Sometimes they run long.
How do you see this interacting with your position on the chamber board?
Well, there hasn't been a lot of interaction either way on that, so I don't think it'll change it in any way. I don't think it'll impact it. Well, it's tough, right? So we are a working board, we have committees, and I don't know, it's a great question. I just don't know that I have the best answer for you on how it'll affect either one, either way. It's, I mean, we have the 4th of July, we have the Hooded Ghost, and we have the volleyball are our biggest ones. We do work closely on Yuletide, but we're trying to bring businesses in to, you know, the convention center. So I think it's just they're all symbiotic. We have to work together on everything. And if we can,
Seems like everybody has the same mission.
yeah,
Which is to
Yeah, and
drive
that's
additional.
where I'm seeing it. I mean, being on the chamber board, you're a representative of businesses,
mhm.
and you can bring the voice of the Convention Center Commission to the chamber, as well as bring voice of the chamber.
I agree.
Are you good at switching hats?
I'll have to wear many of them at the hotel. We just had an insurance inspection today, so that was fun.
Fun.
Mark, one of the things that we've been talking about on the commission recently is we've been looking at bylaws and thinking about the goals of the committee. One of the things that Brian has communicated quite a bit is his desire to get more connected with the community and the businesses in particular in the context of all the things we've talked about, working together, supporting each other, but also looking at long-term planning or future planning for the convention center. He's definitely interested in thinking, long-term for the center itself. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, it's gone through one revision not that long ago and got expanded. I think that that's a great goal, rewriting the bylaws. We rewrote the chamber bylaws about a week ago, so I know about that process. I think that the Civic and Convention Center has an opportunity to become more involved with the community. There are plenty of ways to do it. I do believe that more communication has to be done between the chamber and the SDDA and the convention center.
I was on the Convention Center Commission for a while, and I always tried to push the civic aspect because the conventions are great and they bring people into town, but that's also a facility that locals could use. So just a shameless plug, I would like to see that pushed more civic engagement with local groups, and maybe reduce fees or whatever we can do to get more locals buy-in. That's not just for tourists, that's for locals as well.
Totally agree. We do have, the Pacifica projects and some of that down there. More could be done, certainly, with maybe plays and some of the stuff that goes on in the cafeteria up at the high school that could be maybe moved down and expanded. I know when they have their recitals and concerts up there, it's cramped.
Any questions for us?
Surprisingly, I don't have any.
Okay,
Thank you.
we'll let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be back for the fireworks.
Did Sadie get back into town?
Yeah, she is
Okay.
coming in.
Okay, Spencer, you want to join us? You get to. Okay,
So we just got an email from you.
yeah.
Yeah, and I've got it in a presentation
Great,
that we can
thank
walk
you.
through. It's
Oh,
pretty
there's another
minor.
one beyond the packet.
What's that?
We just got-
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a pretty minor change, but I thought, I noticed something going through when I was putting this actual presentation together. So it's fun watching your discussion 2 weeks ago when I wasn't here. Because I could watch it on faster speed and
Fast forward.
now
And
it
then you could
was
make whatever comments you wanted that we couldn't hear.
Yes. So I thought it would be good to go through, I think, to get us all kind of on the same page. It seemed like there might have been a little bit of confusion or miscommunication. It seems like you also came together a little bit, but I wanted to briefly go over kind of what we're trying to do and then summarize. I've got a table that kind of summarizes the major things we're trying to do and the major processes. So as a reminder, purpose intent of public comment, provide an opportunity for the public to address the city council. It's intended for the council to listen, not to debate or engage in dialogue. Comments help inform the council. Consideration at future meetings. Questions or issues raised may be addressed later after proper notice. So again, the issue there is someone says, hey, this street needs X, Y, or Z. If the council just made a decision, there could be other people who think, well, I think the opposite of that. And so anytime to have a real discussion, you want to make sure it's noticed so everyone has an opportunity to come to the meeting who wants to participate. Responses and clarifications. Councilors and staff generally do not respond during public comment. The chair may allow brief factual corrections to correct inaccuracies. Councilors may ask short follow-up questions for clarification only. No debate or policy discussion occurs during this period. Any substantive response or action will take place at a later meeting. Chair's role. At the end of public comment, the chair may invite staff to clarify key points. The chair ensures accuracy without opening new discussion. The process balances public participation with meeting efficiency and emphasizes respectful, orderly, and transparent proceedings. In-person public comment. This is the preferred method for engaging directly with the city council. And I added this in there going back to our conversations of virtual participation in meetings where the council wanted to allow it, but also wanted to limit it because we want the work of the council to be here in the meeting as much as possible. I think this was something added last time. I think maybe Councilor Montero brought this up. Is I added the language about filling out the public comment registration card, and time limit is still 3 minutes, but can be adjusted. I think there's reference to it needs to be adjusted equally for everyone if we're going to do it. Okay, for the written, and I will say, this is the bulk of the comments we get. However, from time to time do get written, so I kind of wanted to put the process together so it's a little bit clearer. So this would be, there's 3 methods. First is they use the form on the website. So the first thing happens, they submit the comment on the website form by 3 p.m. Now I changed that to 3 because I thought there was discussion between 2 and 3. However, it appears that it was decided to keep that at 12. So I would recommend that if that's the
My
intent
recollection.
of the
I
council.
remember 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I remember us
changing
talking
it.
about a later time.
My focus was I wanted us to have time
Mm-hmm.
to make sure that, you know, there's 5 hours between the time they're submitted and we start a work session. So,
That would also make it consistent with the time, the deadline to register for the virtual comment. So I would say just make that clear in a motion if the council's ready tonight. So they're submitted by a deadline by noon. They automatically are distributed to the council. So there's no waiting for the recorder distributed. It doesn't go in the packet. You get it automatically. I've been talking with Kim. She will compile a list of the names because they will be acknowledged in the meeting. So likely the mayor takes public comment. At the end may say, we've also received public comment from these individuals on these topics.
Yeah.
There is a place on the form to say, what is the topic you're talking about? And as long as that's included, we put it in there, but we don't really want to make editorial choices, especially sometimes people can comment on lots of things. And so if they provide us a topic, we'll include that. Otherwise, it's just a reference to
that was
they submitted comments.
my main question is who's gonna do that? Do I let the city recorder do it since she's making the list? Or she does it, she wants to give it to me.
If she can provide it, but you'll also all have it already, so.
But you know, if you're only reading it, if they put their topic, then it incentivizes people to put their topic and name it, and nobody has to, as you said, editorialize and kind of figure out, oh, are they talking about this, or are they talking about this?
So by acknowledging in the meeting, I think that's when they become a part of the public record.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, anyone can do a records request. I mean, it's public, it's technically a public document, anything that comes into the city. But it becomes a part of the record of this meeting once they're acknowledged, and then they would be included in the minutes of the meeting, or at least it would be in the minutes, there'd be a hyperlink to whatever had been submitted.
A technical question, I guess, then if comments are gonna come straight through anyway, somebody could submit one at 12:05. Technically, then that would be for the next meeting.
The policy says anything arrived after the submission.
Can somehow there be a delay where we don't get those until after we're done?
Not if,
So you'll have to pay attention to the time.
yeah, for what's being
Submission.
acknowledged in the meeting is,
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
The good
So-
part about how the electronic submission form works in that you all get them at the same time, they're going through the same email server, so you all should receive it at the same exact time.
And for us, it really doesn't matter that we receive it late, it's just not gonna be acknowledged in the meeting.
Right.
Or
So
you might have time
as
to read it.
Long as, as long as everybody recognizes that. Don't ask me, well, what about this one? It came in at 12:05. 4 minutes to 5.
And again, if you read it, that's not a problem. We're not,
It's not a problem to read it.
This,
just-
it would be,
We're just
it would
not
be
gonna
different
discuss
if
it.
this were a quasi judicial hearing, that you're hearing an appeal on the planning commission or something, but this is just general comment, so.
Yeah, I think that resolves a big question in my mind. How do we make sure people get acknowledged?
Hard copy submission, so this is, we've already covered the two main issues. These are just there because it's gonna happen sometime, but it'll be rare. So someone's gonna submit something by mail or drop something off. So we'll update that. We'll wanna say it needs to be submitted by 12 PM on the day of the meeting. The recorder will scan them and send them out. Likely, she would scan them and send them out as she receives them. But at least by the deadline. And they're acknowledged in the same fashion in the meeting and included in the minutes of the meeting. And then in-person submission during a meeting, I haven't seen this happen other than people have supplemental information, but it's possible, so let's just get it in the policy so it's covered when it does come up. So that we still want them to, the commenter come up, state their name and city of residence, like anyone else providing oral public comment, but let's just say someone is just very uncomfortable speaking in public. They can say their name, where they live, and I'm submitting my comments in writing, and the recorder distributes it to each of you. Not much you can do because it's right then, but also technically you're not taking any action on general public comment in this meeting anyway, so the timing is less important. It'd be different if you were holding a public hearing for an item later on the agenda, but that's not what we're talking about in this policy.
Did we talk about this one too? Or am I thinking of something else? I thought we decided not to allow that for the current meeting. It would go to the next meeting. Because it came in after.
The takeaway was we
after
wouldn't
noon.
get the information, it would just go straight to
Right.
Kim, and so we wouldn't actually see what, correct?
But it would go again for the next meeting, not this one. It would be acknowledged at the next meeting.
If that's what you want, yeah.
Just treat it
So,
like any other
It
written
would have to
submission.
be
Well,
noon.
Except I do
Past
think you
noon.
have to separate between if it's new testimony or adjunct material to the testimony being given, supplemental, yeah, to the testimony being given right then. Because sometimes we get that.
In their name and
Is already
is
gonna be
already
there.
gonna be in the
Mhm.
minutes that they came to this meeting with a public comment.
Yeah.
So I think it has to be associated with this meeting.
I think it's easier that way. Again, you're not acting on anything from that. You likely won't read it till after the meeting, but there shouldn't be anything to be acted on. I think it's easier and cleaner just to associate it with that meeting and not stretch it out, but it is a little different.
Theoretically could be for that meeting if it's under not the general public comments, but a specific menu item
Yeah.
or agenda item.
Or,
And then we you know, we wouldn't have time to read it. We're not gonna sit there and read it.
Or there could be discussion about it during counselor comments, where there's a decision being made whether something needs to be addressed in the future or a motion to add something.
Well, yeah, that would definitely have to be
So-
the future, but again, that
But
means
again,
we
you're not
would
gonna be
have
able
to
to read
sit
it.
and
Right,
read it, yeah.
right. And again, I don't think this has happened yet, except for possibly supplemental materials. I think if someone's making an oral argument, they have supplemental materials, I think their oral argument just stands as it always has been. I don't
Well,
think we need to create a whole
We
new
saw quite a
process.
bit of it when we were talking about the homeless camp.
Yeah,
Where
we
we
had
get-
one individual that was coming every week.
And bringing supplemental materials for,
So tactically, if somebody comes up at 6 o'clock and says, I'm Chris Binker, Seaside, Oregon, I'm submitting my written comment, it goes to Kim, does Kim just sit with it until the end of
It
the
just
meeting? Like, I
depends.
can't see her going and making a copy.
Sometimes people come and they have a whole bunch and they walk and they'll just pass it all out. So I'm saying in this case, they give them to her and she would distribute them to you. So some people come prepared like that. Or like, here's a copy. I've read a written statement. I'm gonna read it, but I'd like you to have a written copy, and they'll pass it out. So I think in this case, if it was just the one, she'd scan it and email it to you. If it was one, she'd just pass it around. Again, this isn't that frequent,
Okay.
so.
Alright.
Virtual, nothing's changed here. 12 p.m. Same, really, everything else same applies as in person. Changes since the last meeting, based on what I heard. There's just, I think it put a little bit of language to clarify in there that this is the listening opportunity, not a debate or dialogue. That responses are limited to brief factual corrections at the chair's discretion. I added the public comment registration card. We changed it to that the online submissions will automatically be sent out. I think it said before it could be or something like that. Hard copies are now scanned and emailed to the council by 3 p.m. This is the new addition in the most recent email, so I would say we'd change that to 12 p.m. Basically, previously it just said for written public comments, they'll go to you automatically. Well, it didn't say what happens if they give you a hard copy, so we just update that to say she'll scan them and send them to you.
Since people can mail in their comments, I don't know what time mail arrives here. I know I live a couple of blocks away and it sometimes doesn't get there till 3 or 4 p.m. Given that that's out of the hands of the person submitting the comment, is there, for my own education, is there an average time when mail might arrive here so that it meets that 3 o'clock deadline?
I think we've said we want it to be noon, and I think
Exactly,
it'll
that's why
almost
I'm
always come after that, and so likely it would need to have arrived by a Saturday.
And
before it could be in that meeting.
that's really on the responsibility of the person making the comment.
Certainly.
They have to take that into
And
consideration.
again, if we got one per year,
Any
I would
things
be
bring up
surprised.
For the education of the people watching and listening.
Exactly, exactly.
So what I did is I took out how they're distributed, and instead of having one section, I put how the online form will be distributed automatically to you. Written ones, it'll be scanned and sent to you, and in the in-person, it was already covered, but, so I just put them in their right spots, so just a little more logical. Yeah, that's the last part, the clarification on the written. So here is the kind of summary table. So we have,
sorry, I needed this by noon.
there's nothing new here. So basically, there are 3 types of comment: in person, written, and virtual. And within the written, there are 3. So there are the 5 different ways that you can do it. What's the method when it's being submitted? What's the deadline? And so we changed that to noon for everything. How it's just distributed, either automatically or as they come in, but those will be few and far between. And then how it's reflected in the minutes. And again, really the top two rows are what we're really talking about. So things come in, the oral comments, they happen in the meeting, and there will be a link to those comments in the minutes. And if they're submitted ahead of time, there'll be a copy that people can click on a hyperlink in the minutes to find them.
So maybe I'm jumping the gun on this. This says how it's reflected in the minutes. Then is there something else that says how it will be stored for, I'm going to call it discovery later on? Because I know you didn't want to attach everything to the minutes. So
Yeah, so I think it says via hyperlink in the minutes. So in the minutes, there'll be a hyperlink to where it's stored, and we'll just keep it at that location.
okay,
The policy says that. It'll be stored as long as it needs to.
I think as long as the state records retention requires us to keep it. Likely longer,
new ones
but
will be coming out very soon.
This makes it clear. Thank you.
It
Yeah,
does. I
that's
like
the best
having
part.
this. This is
Yeah.
very good.
Something.
Can we get a copy of that slide?
By when?
Noon.
My next
By noon
2
tomorrow.
weeks. Something that we talked about as well at it that doesn't belong necessarily in this policy was revising the direction on public comment in the little spiel that you give before and after. I don't know if that has action's been taken on that, or if we were waiting for all of this to be done to then do that.
We need to get the policy in place.
we'll
then
probably update the wording on that and then look at the wording on the comment cards, make sure
certainly
they're
get longer.
consistent. Well, in the meeting, your preamble is really only still the in-person oral with maybe slight reference to if you've got something written.
Yeah, no, my concern was more at the end to be able to tell people, we may not
Oh.
respond at this time.
I see what you're saying, yeah,
And
yeah.
it may be addressed in a
Would-
future meeting or,
Come up with a tactful
Right.
statement there.
yeah, so they don't think that we're just leaving them hanging and didn't say anything about it.
Well, I
That's
think
important.
we
It
can.
is. It's very
Yeah.
I
important.
think we can put that on the comment cards themselves, so it's educational for them as well as practical for filling it out, submitting it.
Well, I think it's important because not everybody comments, but they're here to listen to what's happening with the comments, and then if it's not addressed, it's.
Maybe I can work with John and we can have a standard slide that we use that is up on the screens during public comment with that addresses that, so it's kind of clear to everyone in the
But
room.
for total accessibility, you also want to be saying it for the people who can't read it.
Yeah, I think something just as simple as, public comments or comments addressed to the council, they may or may not be responded to at this time or at a later time during the meeting.
And as far as the in-person oral comments, they need to have that submitted by 6, or if someone doesn't know that they need to fill out a form like we see often, then that's up to the mayor's or the chair's discretion to allow that or not.
In-person written comment, you mean?
No, the in-person oral. So let's say
It says to
people,
order a meeting.
Sometimes they don't fill the little form
Yeah.
out.
So it says right there, register before or during the meeting. So
Yeah.
I think I didn't want to have a cutoff of 6 o'clock because too often people see the comment cards and then they scramble to go get one. So I thought I had updated that
You did.
to.
it says the chair retains discretion to permit additional public comments or adjust time limits as deemed appropriate.
But I
Flexibility.
think earlier in this presentation, you said that they had to go to the recorder by 6 PM.
It didn't have a
I
time.
thought I saw that.
It just said delivered to the recorder.
You have deadline
delivered
up
to the
there in the first row that you say register before or during meeting.
That's for the in-person. So if you're here and you're filling out a card, because there's enough people that will get here after the meeting starts that we don't want to turn them away.
So are we allowing
Well,
everyone?
before the start of the comment period, it would be the deadline, actually.
I think that's where we'll give the chair some discretion. Because
Okay, all right.
because I think what I've seen often happens is the mayor says, I've received 3 comment cards, and he calls the first person, and 1 or 2 people like scramble, oh, I didn't know I need to do that. They run, do it, give it to Kim. And, we don't want to send those
Okay.
people home.
Yes.
And I think the purpose of the comment card is so Kim has their name to be able to
Exactly.
put in the minutes more than anything else.
Mhm.
And sometimes if the mayor chooses, he can kind of play around with the order if it makes sense for whatever reason. So.
There was one thing that's within, it doesn't change anything really, but under intent and limits of public comment, and I suggested last time that we change the order of the paragraphs there.
I must have missed that part.
You have all the red there, and then not the next paragraph, but the one following that starts after any individual's public comment should go first. Just in order of activity, how it works, we can ask questions after an individual, and then at the end of all public comments. So you just take that first paragraph and move it down in between the next 2.
So I just got it pulled up here. Which paragraph are you talking about?
After all the red line stuff, that next paragraph at the conclusion of all public comments should go after the one that follows that says after an individual's public comment. Just in order of how
Sure.
things work.
Okay.
And then the next one starts out with the same sentence at the conclusion of all public comments. So that should just be an additional paragraph and say, the chair may also ask.
Okay.
Doesn't change any of what we're doing, just makes it a little easier to read.
This is the grammar.
So the comments or the changes you sent at 4:30,
Yeah, so if you look at your red line copy and go to under methods of public comment, it'd be 2. So written public comment, then the next page, it has a distribution where it says in your copy, when a written public comment is submitted through the city's online form, it's automatically sent by email to all city councilors. That is moved up directly into the section about electronic comments. And then the hard copy was the new language, and I added it right there to hard copy. And then the in-person delivery already talked about getting it. So really, when I recognized this distribution was really talking about electronic, it didn't make sense to have it there for everything. So I deleted it and just put the relevant sections under 1, 2, or 3.
Does that make sense, everybody? Just a couple changes. If we choose to adopt this, then you'll have to reference this change. Otherwise, wait another 2 weeks to get a clean copy. I don't see any substantive changes. Also, the changes change everything from 3 p.m. back to noon.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's
So
the
2 changes, yeah.
changes would be the 3 p.m. to noon, the changes in just the location of the distribution information as in the email today, and third would be your paragraph changes, Mayor.
Okay, does that sound good? All right, we have 10 minutes or so, we can talk about the camping ordinance.
So I identified from watching your meeting from 2 weeks ago, kind of four areas for change, or four areas for discussion today. First one being the restricted areas. And so we'd kind of talked about this 2 meetings ago. So there was a lot of discussion on why this park, we forgot a park, didn't include this park. This one says this many feet from a residential area. And so what I wanted to refocus on is that the ordinance says the only camping on public property that is allowed is in the specific locations identified in the policy, which is the camp at Avenue V or other locations that the city manager designates. So the whole next section on restricted sites technically isn't needed, but it helps to communicate. And I think if it came to an enforcement issue, which I hope it doesn't, but someone is setting up a camp in an area they shouldn't, we can show, look, it's pretty clear the only permitted location is over here, and we've said you can't camp in parks. So it was more, this is what Medford did, is same thing, they identify the location you can camp, and then had all these reasons you can't. And my first inclination when I first put this together was we don't need the second part, but doing a little research, it sounds like the attorneys believe it just makes it a little easier to defend if you have both in there. And so it's not meant to be comprehensive by any means. If you're camping on public property that's outside of the Avenue V camp, it's not permitted, flat out. And so we can add, take away, amend those items in there, but at the end of it, it doesn't change where they can't camp.
So, where people are allowed to camp is the stepping stones, or elsewhere if allowed by the city manager. What will be the process? How will people know that somebody camping over there is legal? How will that develop so that people know, okay, yes, today and tomorrow, for whatever time, this is a legal camping spot? I know the police will know in a way that they need to know, but how will other people know?
So I think the main thing would be, as we've talked about it internally, is as we designate other locations, it would just be a day at a time. So it would be a situation where tonight we're permitting you to sleep at X location, and you must be gone by 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. or whatever we determine that makes the most sense for that. And that would be it. So there's not necessarily a way for the public to know. I know we've got we could talk about putting permit piece of paper on there, but I don't see a
If the
lasting.
public doesn't have a way to know, the public will call to dispatch.
Yeah, and we can look at that from an operational point of view. I just don't know off the top of my head what practically would work that would really stop someone from calling dispatch, because they're not really going to walk up to a tent and inspect a notice that's put on there. Neither is it necessarily realistic for those individuals to have that out there. And so so far we haven't needed it, and so maybe if it becomes something that we need to use more often, we'd figure out a way so we get less questions. Or I think if it is something that needs to be used often, it won't just be a city manager says you can go here. It'll be let's say we need to open up a second site, that'll be something that'll be discussed here, and we'll identify and kind of
But-
go through a formal process to
But
do that.
even if you're looking for a site for 1 tent or 2 tents, I think whoever the neighbors are around there need to know that here's a potential site that might be used for overflow. Because if they just appear, and we do not have adequate communication with our citizens, we're gonna get in the same kind of trouble we've been in before.
Yeah, except for we don't have a specific site, and so if we want a backup site, we can have that whole discussion. I wouldn't recommend we do that until we're ready to use it, otherwise we're just gonna be upsetting a neighborhood. And so I don't think it would be that we would go around and notify all the neighborhood that this is being allowed there. Because if we are using it, it's very likely that their location will be somewhere else in the city the next night or something like that. And so,
I would think that based on the comments that we received numerous times, having been informed ahead of time would have cut off so many problems that to wait until the last minute, just continuing the
this is necessarily a last minute thing. It's 10 p.m. and an officer finds an individual camping. They request a spot, our camp is full. We have to designate a spot. There isn't a public outreach program to notify the neighborhood of something like that ahead of time. That would be if we establish a new approved
I think
location.
having a designated overflow area, communicating that this is only in case of absolute necessity with that neighborhood is an important thing to
Don't
do,
wanna
to
wait till
stop
you
us from
need
falling
it.
into the same hole that we've already fallen into before.
My
Okay.
understanding is this is more on a case-by-case basis.
Even on a case-by-case
It's not
basis, if
just
we're
setting
sending
up
people
or
out
opening
here.
up a new location and saying, okay, this new location is open for the night. We're not doing that.
Right.
This is potentially a request, right?
I think there are plenty of public spaces that could say that aren't necessarily in a neighborhood, that we could say, you can stay here for one night and you're gone at 7 a.m. That wouldn't require notifying neighbors because there may not even be neighbors nearby.
I think if we had that, we would have considered it for the
I'm not saying for
location at the
permanent,
time.
I'm saying for an 8-hour stay. We may decide that over on our parking area by the bathrooms at the chamber is okay for an 8-hour stay, but we wouldn't have that as a permanent location.
I believe
I'm just
that
throwing
if
that out as
we're gonna
an
have-
example, but it's,
If we're gonna have backup sites, we need to decide ahead of time where they are, so that anybody knows that might happen there. And so we have the process already started. We may never need to use it,
Hopefully. never
but
have to use it.
hopefully, but we need to know where those might be, or where the selected spots would be.
I'd say the most likely way I see this happening is if when our camp's full and it's someone in a vehicle. And so we would say, you can park at Broadway Park tonight or something
Not
like
12,
that.
not Mechanicum Drive.
It can be, well, it could be anywhere we
And
designate.
you know what will happen if you tell them to park on Mechanicum Drive.
Well, I would say we're not looking to inflame anyone, so if we're designating something for the one night, we will be trying to do it in the way that would be least disruptive to any neighborhoods or anything like that.
But you said they'll probably be in a vehicle, and we have said that this is not about vehicle camping.
So what I,
Nothing in our camping policy deals with vehicle camping on public property.
so my staff report talked about that, and that's what the next slide is. In fact, if we want to jump there, I think it would be helpful. So there was a question about the RVs and trailers, and this came up specifically because the police department identified that there was a conflict between this ordinance and our parking regulations. So this is the situation. So right now, if someone shows up with a vehicle we would say, we don't have a spot for your vehicle, but you're more than welcome to this spot in the camp. And we can provide you a tent, or you can bring your tent and you can have a spot here. Let's say our camp is full, and so we have to turn them away. Then the logical thing is, instead of saying, hey, you can go camp anywhere in the city, like I said, maybe an example is you can go park and sleep in your vehicle at Broadway Park in the parking lot for tonight or something like that. Anywhere they park in the city is going to be against our parking code. So there's language added in here that says, under this ordinance, if they're being directed as part of our camping program to sleep in their vehicle, their trailer, or their RV somewhere in the city, that this would trump any of the other cities' parking regulations, because our parking regulations don't let you do that anywhere in the city. So the other option would be you can go set up a tent somewhere in the city, but I think that's more, that's gonna have a bigger effect on neighborhoods than someone sleeping in their vehicle. So I would say this, kind of to summarize that all, we don't provide a spot for vehicle camping. We have a campsite that we can be provided just like anyone else. However, in the event that it's full and we're designated someplace else for people to go, we want to have the ability, if they're in a vehicle, to say you can sleep in your vehicle at whatever spot we designate.
Equal application comes into play.
Yeah, that's not.
We can't designate a place for people to park their RV and camp in, homeless. If they're in an RV, they either take advantage of the multitude of RV campgrounds in the city, around the edges of the city.
We're talking about a homeless individual.
And how did you
How
define?
did you determine which is which? You have to be able to.
Exact same way
you have to be
we-
able to apply it equally.
Exactly the same way we would do that for any other person coming to the camp and trying to identify, if someone comes to our camp and says they need a place to sleep, we're not asking for bank statements or anything like this. We go through a process to see if they're eligible. If they're eligible, they get a spot. And this is the exact same thing.
Tell me about that process then. But let's get educated on it so we can be sure that we're.
I'd have to call.
Because
probably-
I've gone through that process. I've actively participated in it. There is nothing about it that would determine that somebody in an RV is or is not homeless.
My understanding was that we didn't have to provide a place to sleep for people in cars and RVs,
Right.
but they are still homeless.
But if they have an RV, they're not homeless, that
The
is their
state
home.
law does not consider somebody with an RV homeless. I've spoken to the legislators who wrote this, and it was never their intent.
So then why did they allow RVs on the sides of roads and highways? Because they're
Safety.
homeless, right?
No, it's safety.
Okay, so if we say that we allow people, if our camp is full, we allow a safe place for somebody to park overnight.
There's a difference.
There's a difference. With
That
an
wouldn't be
RV,
safety?
it doesn't matter,
No.
it doesn't matter who you are. If you're an RV and you pull over on the side of the road, they give you 24 hours, I believe.
Okay, and we're giving them 8.
But it
Well,
has
if you
nothing to
have-
do with being homeless.
Okay,
Yeah, so if you have 24 hours, why do you stop at the camp then? Then I think that's irrelevant to this discussion.
Yes, they do.
Well, but
This
the,
is in Medford.
Yes, they do.
People in RVs,
Mm-hmm.
so.
But they give them limited time.
Homework's not allowed in the state.
Is this in
That's
Medford?
private property.
Oregon doesn't allow them.
Well, they're not homeless, so we don't have to
No,
provide them
we
anything.
added that because we
We just tell them they can't park
recognized
their RV.
it was in,
That's
this
what you're
ordinance
saying.
that's proposed was in conflict with our parking regulations. I'm pretty sure that the training we received, I have to go back to my notes from Patty Mulvihill, talked about providing a spot for homeless individuals in vehicles, and that we had to provide for them. Now, our current policy provides for them by having a spot in the camp. And so we can continue with that. And if the camp's full, then we can have those individuals, we can designate another spot in the city for them to sleep outside. It just seems to be both for the homeless individual and for the neighborhood, a better practice to allow them to sleep in their vehicles rather than to have to, say, park somewhere and sleep next to their vehicle outside.
Who would tend to sleep outside their vehicle?
If our camp is full and someone comes in and we have to turn them away, which makes them eligible to camp elsewhere, we'll designate a spot for them. And in this case, what this is saying here is that we would, if they're in a vehicle, that they would be permitted to sleep in their vehicle, which
And
otherwise
that's
is allowed.
if you could tell them to park along the side of 101 and sleep in their vehicle.
Did I miss
Because
the
ODOT allows
parking
that.
spots that we have designated at Stepping Stones in
We don't
the
have
dozens of times
vehicle,
that I've been there?
We don't have
So how
those.
is that applicable at all?
Because we're saying when the camp is full, so when the camp is not full and someone pulls up, we would say, if you need a spot, fill out the registration and here's your spot. If we're full, then we need to designate a different location in the city.
Which brings us right back to the prior conversation of knowing where we're gonna put them ahead of time.
Yeah, I think if the council wants to go through the process to identify a second location, let's have that discussion, make that determination. Until then, the current policy gives me discretion to indicate as needed, based on the circumstances, a location for someone. And I just want to make sure if I tell someone you can park in Broadway, you can sleep in Broadway Park for the night in a vehicle, that it's not in conflict with our parking regulations.
Okay, we need to cut this off. We can continue it during the council meeting, during the appropriate place on the agenda. Call the city council meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Kim, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Benneker? Here. President Morrissey?
Here.
Mayor Wright?
Here.
Councilor McVeigh?
Here.
Councilor Montero? Present. Councilor Pazalski?
Here.
Councilor Hoffman?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion for approval of our agenda.
So moved.
Mayor,
Yes?
I'd like to add one item to the agenda if possible. A statement of belief. It's been signed off by a few of us.
That would be something we hadn't noticed to the agenda. What's the
That's
council? You could do it during your comments.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
Second.
That was Council President Morrissey and Councilor Pazalski. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We have a proclamation for Veterans Day tomorrow, and we have Mr. Ansbro from the Elks here. There he is. Come on up. He's going to introduce, tell us a little about the Elks and about the service. We had a really good ceremony yesterday at the Elks.
Yes, it was great.
All the services.
Take a step back. There. Hi, my name is Patrick. I'll just stand right here.
Electric personality.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, we had a wonderful Veterans Day ceremony at the Seaside Elks Lodge yesterday. We do this every year. We had wonderful attendance. Thank you, Mayor, for joining us on the dais. It was excellent, and it was for honoring our veterans, not only our veterans, but the families and the community that supports our veterans. And I have a short summary of the speech I gave yesterday, if it's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today in honor of our veterans. My father was a Navy Seabee diver. My mother was a second lieutenant in the Women's Army Corps. My brother served in the Army in the 82nd Airborne. My sister served in the Army as an administrator. I am a Navy veteran. I served as a Seabee, then served on ships as a hull technician, damage control officer, later on Special Forces, and I am a son of the American Revolution. Service runs deep in my family, as it does in so many other American families. And like so many who served, I know that Veterans Day is not only about those in uniform. It's about the families who stood beside us, the friends who welcomed us home, and the communities that continue to carry the torch of gratitude and vigilance. Every man and woman who raised their hand to serve felt that moment of trepidation, the weight of promising your life to something that's greater than yourself. This is the oath I took. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the officers appointed over me according to the regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice, so help me God. That oath begins with a promise to support the Constitution of the United States. It is to that document and the ideals it represents that our allegiance lies. Our duty as veterans does not end when we remove the uniform. It continues in how we protect truth, uphold justice, and defend the rights of all Americans. The preamble of our Constitution still guides us. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. That promise has expanded over the centuries to include the end of slavery, the right for women to vote, and the ongoing struggle for equality among all people of these United States. So today, as we remember those who served, we also reaffirm our responsibility to defend the ideals veterans to protect, to stand for liberty, for truth, and for the Constitution itself. To all our veterans living and fallen, we honor you. To the families and friends and communities who support us, we thank you. And to my brothers and sisters in arms, we remain bound by our oath, ready to defend this nation from all enemies, foreign and domestic, and to preserve the democracy that defines us as a nation. May we always have the courage to live by the words we swore to uphold and carry forward our promise that freedom, integrity, and courage will never fall silent in this land we love. Thank you.
Thank you. I've asked Councillor McVeigh to read my proclamation.
This Veterans Day proclamation is not just a recognition of the veterans here, but for all, even those discharged for reasons out of their control, whether it be who they love, which has happened this year, or for simply existing as their authentic selves. It is, after all, Trans Awareness Month, and so many of our veterans are being stripped of their veteran status this year. So, whereas on Veterans Day, we pay tribute to the men and women who have risked their lives to preserve the liberty of our nation, the families who support them, and the heroes no longer with us. It is not weapons or technology that develops the most advanced military in the world. It is the unparalleled spirit, skill, and devotion of our troops. And whereas in an unbroken line of valor stretching across more than 2 centuries, the veterans have charged into harm's way, sometimes making the ultimate sacrifice, to protect the freedoms that have blessed Americans, whether active duty, reserve, National Guard. They are our nation's finest citizens, and they have shown the heights to which Americans can rise when asked and inspired to do so. Our courageous troops around the globe have earned their place alongside previous generations of great Americans, serving selflessly tour after tour in conflicts spanning nearly a decade. And whereas long after leaving the uniform behind, many veterans continue to serve our country as public servants and mentors, parents and community leaders, they have added proud chapters to the story of America, not only on the battlefield, but also in communities from coast to coast. They have built and shaped our nation and its promise to support our airmen, Coast Guardsmen, Guardians, Marines, sailors, and soldiers as they return to their homes and families. And whereas with respect for and in recognition of the contribution of servicemen and women have made to the cause of peace and freedom around the world, November 11th was set aside as the legal public holiday to honor our nation's veterans. Now, therefore, Steve Wright, Mayor of the City of Seaside in the state of Oregon, does hereby proclaim November 11th, 2025 as Veterans Remembrance Day, and encourages all Americans to recognize and remember the valor and sacrifice of our veterans through appropriate public ceremonies and private prayers. In witness whereof, he has hereunto set his hand and caused the seal of the City of Seaside to be affixed this 10th day of November, 2025.
Thank you. Would all veterans that have served in one of the services mentioned please stand? Thank you all for your service. Members of the public may use this time for public comments to provide comments to the council on items that are not scheduled on the agenda for a public hearing or public comment. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes. In case you didn't know that, you need to sign up with these little pink things. I've got a couple here and we'll go for that. Jules Lyons. Residents in Seaside.
Hi, I'm Jules Lyons. I live here in Seaside. Donna Benefiel sent an email to all of the city councilors on November 23rd to inquire about the city recognizing November as Transgender Awareness Month. It read, "Hello, you may or may not be aware that November is Transgender Awareness Month. I am writing with the request for the city of Seaside to recognize November as Transgender Awareness Month with a proclamation. Our political climate in the U.S. has been very non-supportive and alienating to our transgender community. This makes me feel like it's more important than ever to affirm to our citizens and remind them that they are valuable, loved, and wanted at a local level. I want to get this request in early so there's time for you all to talk about this. I will work on a sample proclamation if you'd like, and I'll get it over to you this week or next." The mayor responded on November 4th, declining to. The email reads, "Thank you for your request regarding the proclamation for Transgender Awareness Month. I appreciate the thought that I know went into your request, as well as your commitment to promoting awareness and inclusion in our community. However, I respectfully decline to do a mayoral proclamation on the subject. I do not use my mayoral proclamations to respond to any of the many issues that have come to the forefront in this current political climate. That said, I want to emphasize that Seaside values all members of our community. While a formal proclamation may not be appropriate now, I appreciate the spirit of your request and efforts to foster a better understanding and belonging for everyone who calls Seaside home. I am non-binary, which falls under the transgender umbrella. There are many trans folks who live here in Seaside, and I have to say I'm gravely disappointed by this response. I don't understand how making a proclamation of November being Transgender Awareness Month is political. The fact that my identity somehow is being rendered to politics is shameful. Being trans is not a political discussion. It's not about politics. It's who I am. With everything going on in our country right now, how scary it is for the LGBTQ+ community as a whole, and with the war on transgender rights being fueled by our current president and administration, I expected better from this city. Thank you.
Yep. Donna Benefiel. Donna?
Hi there. I'm sure you knew I was going to be coming today. On Saturday morning, federal ICE agents made 6 warrantless arrests in Seaside. All 6 people were forcibly taken with no due process. All 6 local residents were either at work or on their way to work. I suspect eventually it's probably going to turn out that they were here legally, but we don't even know if we'll ever find out. I worry that this ICE action was to feel us out and soften us up for the real raids. My hope is that city leaders have been talking about what happened and the fear, disruption, and trauma it caused in our community. How does it look when tourists witness people being forcibly removed from their vehicles or off the sidewalks? This happened Saturday morning. There were people everywhere out there when this was going on, at least the later arrests that happened around 10 o'clock that both my daughter saw and I saw the very end of. I hope the city's willing to do what it can to keep members of our community safe. While I understand that we as a city cannot fight our own federal government, we don't have to turn our backs and ignore it either. I am curious about a few things. Has the city been in contact with Consuelo Hispano to find out how it can assist? Does Consuelo have the ability to get the word out to vulnerable people when ICE raids start happening? Is it possible for us to somehow notify Consuelo when ICE activity is seen in this city? I'm going to ask you to please be transparent with the residents and let us know what steps are being taken to protect vulnerable people. And you'll probably have less of us here asking these questions as well. And please, please, please remember that inaction is action. Thank you.
Yeah. I've asked our city manager to update us later about that, unless you want to do it now. If you're ready, go ahead.
So maybe I'll provide a little bit of the legal foundation. So in Oregon, our state law governs that all law enforcement interaction with federal immigration authorities, it dictates all enforcement interaction between local police departments and federal authorities. And we, as a city, follow those state laws, and we don't create our own immigration enforcement policies. So the core principles that are in our state code states that local police do not enforce federal immigration law. Officers cannot detain anyone solely for a civil immigration violation. Police do not ask about immigration status unless it's directly relevant to a criminal case. No local resources or personnel are used to assist in federal immigration enforcement, and information sharing with ICE happens only when required by a court order or similar legal mandate. The intent of this is to build a community of trust so that all residents feel safe reporting crimes or seeking help. And this separation helps keep our focus on local public safety, not federal immigration matters. The Seaside Police Department fully complies with these laws and does not participate in routine ICE activity. We did not know about Saturday's ICE activities until they were happening in real time. And I think the bottom line from the city and from our police department is everyone, regardless of immigration status, should feel safe engaging with our local law enforcement.
Thank you. We also had a comment on the written submission by, I don't know if it was Eve or RJ or both of you. RJ, yeah. No, we all got it. And it'll be included with the minutes of the meeting. Okay. Any counselor have a declaration of potential conflict of interest? Anything on the agenda? Hearing none, I have a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
I would move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Council President Morrissey, Councilor Binnicker, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next up is City of Seaside.
Oh, there's more.
Public comments over here for you.
Oh, well, yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
In the future, please give them to our recorder so that she can pass them on. I gotta get my glasses. Yep. You can write a little bigger too, it helps. Michael Sonnleitner. Hopefully I said that right. Michael? Waltney? No.
I did take the liberty of signing twice, one relating to the camping ordinance and one relating to the issue of Transgender Awareness Week.
Are you Michael?
I am.
Oh, okay. You have 3 minutes total, so whatever you want to talk about. Yeah.
if we're gonna talk about the camping ordinance later, then that he could do that then.
Okay. You gonna hang around until later?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Then go with the one for Transgender Day.
Thank you. I strongly encourage you to not consider this to be a political issue. I am a retired professor of political science, and I helped to found the Peace and Conflict Studies program at Portland Community College in 1990. I'm also a former trustee elected to represent 140,000 voters in Southeast Portland on the PCC board. I helped to create the sanctuary policy there, as well as establish a lot of resource centers, including queer resource centers, women's resource centers, and veterans resource centers. Bottom line is, transgender is real. I'm not sure how many of you are aware that the umbrella includes people who, at birth, may have the physiological elements of both genders. Are you aware of that? Are you aware that also it could be a hormonal issue? Of course, obviously not a matter of choice. It can relate to people who are seeking to change from male to female or female to male, or are simply satisfied with both. That's more non-binary, and that is more me. I was the first non-binary person to be on the PCC board, and I didn't flaunt it. You can't really see it much. If you get to know me, you'll know that I'm a little bit odd, and that's life, you know? But this is not something we should keep invisible. A few pieces of data, just quickly, to perhaps stimulate you. 1/4 of trans adults say they have been physically attacked in the United States. 1/5 say they have been discriminated against in hiring, promotion, and firings. Half have reported employee workplace discrimination and harassment in 2024. That's very recent. They have 3 times the rate of such complaints with their employers than cisgender, that is, people who are identifying
You have
with
about
their
30
birth.
seconds.
Bottom line is, this is a very serious matter. They deserve to be recognized as existing. It's merely a matter of existing. And when you have 65 people murdered in the United States last year alone, that's 1 a week plus. This is a matter of serious concern for the public. Thank you.
Daphne? Maya?
Mejia, yes. Hello, City Council members. Daphne Juliana Mejia.
You can get
here in Seaside.
a little, just pull it down.
Oh, okay. Hello. Thanks. Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the hard work that you all do for the small town of Seaside. As I stated, my name is Daphne Juliana Mejia. My family migrated here to Seaside back in 1994, and for the most part, we have always felt safe and welcomed here. However, after recent events, such as those that took place this weekend, safety and feeling welcomed has all vanished. I received an alarming phone call from my family telling me to stay home, to not go downtown, and to cancel all of our plans. There were videos and pictures of ICE agents in Seaside kidnapping our friends and family members. Some of our hardest working community members on their way to work were pulled over, taken from their vehicles, and put into unmarked vehicles. They were pulled over and taken because these masked individuals felt that they looked suspicious. That's code for being brown and Hispanic. And as you can see, I am brown and Hispanic. And I'm also considered an illegal immigrant. I am not a US citizen. I am a DACA recipient. I have a valid work permit. I arrived at Seaside when I was only 5 years old. And for over 30 years, I reside here. I have been paying taxes into our local and federal government since I was 18. Sadly, our government has not found a suitable way for me to have a pathway to citizenship. I hope you can imagine the fear that runs through this community when we hear ICE agents are here in town snatching away good, honest, and hardworking family and friends. There was no sight of local police officers around to help calm our fears. We want to trust our Seaside Police Department and know that they will help the very citizens they have vowed to protect. So my question is to the City Council. Does the city have plans to protect the community, specifically the Hispanic community in this Seaside? Are our local police officers here to protect all of us, the residents of Seaside, by stepping up to calm our fears? And will they choose to look the other way while members of Seaside are being kidnapped and taken against their will with no wrongdoing? Thank you.
Michael Gwaltney. Michael?
Good evening, City Council. I am a U.S. Army veteran, combat medical specialist for 7 years. I just heard a gentleman back here read you the oath that we took to defend the Constitution and to protect citizens from enemies, both foreign and domestic. And this Saturday, we had enemies here in Seaside. I was stationed in Germany. I was warned when I got there about the neo-Nazis. I was warned that we could get jumped at any time, and we did. Usually every weekend, I've been beaten, and vice versa, did the same to defend myself. What I see on the news, what I saw on Saturday on my Facebook, was equivalent to just that. Thrown to the ground because of the color of someone's skin. I'm tired. And I'm going to tell you a bold statement as well. This is not what I serve to protect and defend from. I love this country. My family has been here all my life. Me and my family have been here in Seaside since 2016. We've been welcomed with open arms from every single one of these people behind me, and maybe even some of you. This town's better than that. Our police department, I was a big advocate for Black Lives Matter. I was very almost anti-police until I moved here and met my friend Justin Gagnon, a fine police officer, who changed my views about police officers. When I moved here, it was therapeutic. What I saw Saturday on my Facebook was not who we are in this town. I'm a proud member of this town. I would love to be sitting up there someday to help our citizens. I'm an educator. I work at Pacific Ridge Elementary School. I'm a social emotional learning educator with my wife. And half of our kids were gone today. They didn't show up for school. They didn't show up to be loved. They didn't show up to be educated because they were afraid. And this is America. I'm angry. And I didn't think it'd ever get to a point where I would see them here in our beautiful city. And here they come, wearing my camouflage.
You have 30 seconds.
I asked the same thing that my friend Daphne just said. Let's look out for each other like we have since I've lived here, where I've been hugged and loved on, and I return that to your children, to your grandchildren, and I will continue to do that. And I hope that you guys will do the same for us. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the next up is a update for stepping stones. Spencer, you want to start this off?
Sure. Mayor, Council, and for the public, since July, end of July, beginning of August this year, We have partnered with Clatsop Community Action to provide camp management services at the sanctioned homeless camp on the south end of the city. And part of that includes regular updates. And so we have Kenny Hansen here with Clatsop Community Action. I think this will be his second update. His previous one was maybe 1 week into the camp's opening. And so a lot's changed, and we've learned a lot since that time. And so we wanted to make him available to report to the council, but also to take your questions. And so hopefully you as a council are better informed and understanding what's happening at the camp. So invite Kenny up at this time.
You're welcome to come sit at the table. Yeah. Make sure your microphone's on.
Right now, we currently have 29 people in the camp. We opened the first part of August, and we've very much exceeded our expectations of what we were going to have there. We expected maybe around a dozen or so people, and like I said, right now we're at 29, and we peaked out right around 40 at one point. We had every side full, and all the overflow was full as well. There's one gentleman in the camp. He's kind of known as the longest tenured unsheltered person around Seaside. Been around here many, many years. He was reluctant to join the camp. He came and checked it out, stayed one night, left, came back another night, left, but now he's living there. And he's doing rather well. And that he had some things he needed to work out, but he worked those things out, and he's doing good now. CCA has supplied all the tents. Everybody has gotten one tent. And then after the one tent, they supply their own tents. And currently now we have 3 sites awaiting cleanup. 2 sites are totally empty. One's been vacated due to a gentleman leaving and not coming back yet. His tent blew down during the rain wind we had recently, and he's working on trying to find another tent, something that might be a little sturdier. We got 3 people in the overflow right now that are waiting to go back into the sites in the middle row. The middle row right now is going through some construction. There was a pooling of water issue there, and the city has put catch basins in and making the ground, away so it doesn't pool and the water goes into the catch basins now. Every camper has been supplied a 15 by 20 foot tarp. In the beginning, we issued 10 by 10 tarps, and those weren't quite big enough. And so we went with the bigger tarps, and they cover the entire tent in space, so it works pretty good. And we currently have 5 dogs and 1 cat. At one point, we had 20 dogs and 1 cat. There was a participant whose dog had puppies.
Oh dear.
And the puppies, 10 out of the 11 puppies have been transported up to the shelter. She relinquished them, and they're doing rather well. They're thriving. And she kept 1 puppy and the mom dog. We have a new staff member right now, Steven Zamora. He comes to us previously from CBH, and he worked at the respite center. And then before that, he worked at Medics Ambulance. He was EMT and also ran the Medivan. So he's working at the camp during the week and interacting with the participants. On Fridays, we have a case manager from our office that is there for a few hours and meets with the clients, participants that would like to meet. Appointments are made. Some people don't show up. Some people want to reschedule. That's something we're running into. Something that I've also offered to folks is help with job applications, resumes, stuff like that. I think that's an important thing nowadays. And nowadays, a lot of applications, I mean, back in my day, it was all paper. Now everything's online pretty much to apply and everything. And if you use the website Indeed, you know, they want you to upload a resume as well. And it's always good to have a resume anyway. In October, we had some significant events. We had 2 felony assaults. One person was life-flighted. They were totally separate assaults. Both of those people that were involved, they're now former participants in the community camp, and they're up at the jail. And we've had a handful of trespassers arrested since the opening, and one tent is also burned down. The one tent that burned was one that belonged to one of the gentlemen who was a participant in one of the fights. We have one person going into an apartment soon. He's a veteran. In Classic Community Action, we currently have a funding for veterans. And that funding in other areas has dwindled some. But he's soon to go into an apartment. He's got the application done, and he's moving forward on that. He'll likely be moving to an apartment up in Astoria, him and his dog. We have 2 people currently employed with stable, regular employment, and 2 others have part-time jobs, doing landscaping, things like that. And then the rest of the camp participants are involved mostly in recycling of cans, bottles, things like that. There had been a question from a citizen earlier regarding what are the participants doing to feed themselves during the situation that was going on regarding SNAP. I asked a few people in the camp what they were doing, what we could do to help, and they were very self-sufficient. They were going to the food pantries, and they were using their can money that they would get from collecting cans and bottles. There have been no complaints about eating or anything like that. We actively work with Classic Behavioral Health, the Bob team from Providence Seaside Hospital, Dr. Slott, Parole and Probation, and the Methodist Church here in Seaside on Wednesdays comes by and donates various things such as clothing and personal supplies. We work closely with Public Works, Paul Knock from Seaside PD, and we also have monthly check-in meetings with the city. The biggest issue we have is the accumulation of things in the camp. That was a issue at the old camp as well. What we're seeing is a lot of things being accumulated in the tents and around the sides. We try to encourage people not to collect so many things, but it's important to understand that they accumulate things, most of the people do, due to some sort of trauma they've experienced. There's a direct correlation between trauma and accumulation of things. That's something that we're sensitive to and try to work through with them. Also, large propane tanks. They're used to having those. The only ones they're allowed to have now is the small the green ones. And something recently was started. Seaside used to have a community service program to where someone who got in trouble went to muni court, and if they were unable to pay a fine, they could do community service work. From my understanding, that kind of went by the wayside when COVID came along. Jessica Reed, the court clerk, and Paul Knock had kind of come up with an idea because we had a participant at the camp that had an issue with dog running at large. There's no money to pay for the fine, and so it was suggested that she could do some community service work around the camp. I thought that was a great idea. I've expanded it some to also go into helping with our shower and laundry trailer that we're going to be putting out here pretty soon. And that they can help with that, and maybe around the camp tidying up, stuff like that. And eventually, I'd like to see the community service program broaden into other people being able to participate other than just the participants at the camp. And that someone who can't pay a fine, I'd be willing to take on that project. We can always use help. The shower laundry trailer is going to be deployed on Avenue U pretty soon here, right across from the golf course, the main entrance there. Bill Montero has a piece of property there that he's going to let us use that has water, electricity, and sewer. So, and it's only 3 blocks away from the camp. And as I think I said, the center row of the camp has been cleared out right now for grading for the catch basins. We did add a one bathroom to the camp, and we had 2 originally, but 2 wasn't enough, we found out. And, we have a person in the camp, a participant who's somewhat of a bathroom monitor. Mm-hmm. She makes sure that no one damages the bathroom and makes sure there's the proper supplies in the bathroom. And we also have a person who does some grounds maintenance as such, making sure the sticker bushes and things like that are cut back away from the fence. Anybody have any questions? That was it.
I'm going to have some.
Figured you might, yes.
I've met the lady who's the bathroom monitor, and she was very proud of what she does.
Yes, she is.
As you're talking about this and the person who's doing grounds, have you thought of the idea of maybe this being part of the community service where they can build up credits? I'm just throwing that out to you.
I would certainly be open to that.
Yeah.
Good idea.
So this is more for us to think about. I think it's very, very important that we hear a report from CCA, and I would like to make sure that this is on our agenda at least once a month for us to get this kind of a report so that we can keep in touch with what's going on. Do you know what the average length of stay might be?
I'm not really sure.
We have somebody who's been there for most of the time. What's the shortest that do people come in just for overnight and go on their way?
We've had people be there overnight, and we've had people there who have been there from day one. Most of the people have been there since day one.
Right. And how many hours a week would you say that CCA is putting into our Stepping Stones project?
I would say right now, right off the top of my head, I know we have someone there, a staff member there, 32 hours a week.
Okay.
Tuesday through Friday.
Is there more time than 32 hours a week being put in there?
Most definitely.
And that's the question I'm asking.
Yes,
I know that what we have contracted, but I know that every time I go there, and I visit several times a month, that there's always a CCA person there. I'm glad you told us about people who have jobs. And the other thing that we're hearing about is the flooding. Mm-hmm. And I do think that we need to be talking about what we can do to get those tents up off the ground. the idea that came to mind for me is cement pavers, something to get those tents up off the ground so that we don't have the flooding issues. And that's something that I think we as a council need to come up with. So thank you for everything you're doing.
Yeah.
I do believe that Stepping Stones is a step in the right direction. And even though there is the accumulation of things and the hoarding, et cetera, it is looking so much better than anything else we've had in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. We work very hard.
I know you do. I know you do.
The staff is just absolutely wonderful that I work with. Thank you.
So your team is mostly there during the day, I'm assuming. Do you see more issues happen at night when there isn't supervision?
Most definitely. The majority of the crime happens after we're gone, after hours, after dark.
Mm-hmm.
That's when it happens. Very little, if any, happens during the day when we're there.
Is there anything we can do about that?
Based on my years of experience with other things, having someone there during the night, somebody there from like maybe 6 to 6 or 7 to 7, something like that.
So going to 24-hour camp management.
Yeah, there at night, the place comes alive.
Mm-hmm.
I watch the video every day. During the day, there's not much activity really, but at night, everything comes alive.
As far as compliance with the camp rules, have you been able to kind of keep control, or have you seen things slipping, or how is that looking?
We've been able to maintain control. There's been some challenging times, but we've overcome those. And as time goes on, it is getting better.
You mentioned that the tents, once their tent gets damaged, then they have to purchase the new tent. Is that something you need for donations or something to supply that secondary tent for folks?
Certainly, yeah. If someone wants to supply a tent, that'd be very nice. A lot of the people who we've talked to about another tent someday, they're kind of wanting to get their own somewhere somehow.
Can I jump in really quick?
But donations would be nice.
Can you share how somebody would go about donating tents for people there?
Oh, sure. They can either contact me. I can place those in our storage trailer. The city was very kind to get us a Connex trailer, and which has really helped with the storage. And I'll throw Paul Knox's name out there. They could donate to him, and he could bring them over as well. Paul and I work very closely together. So
I think the other place that people could donate is the Methodist Church has been getting active in providing items.
Yes, the Methodist Church has been a very, very big supporter of Stepping Stones.
Also offer my own help in that. If somebody needs to donate, they're certainly welcome to contact me. I'll get it to them.
So
it would be helpful to know kind of what specifications, what size tents are acceptable and which would be too big for the space. So if nothing else, if we had a list of, some equivalent models where people can say, okay, this one's going to cost me
I would
this
say
much.
Nothing bigger than a 10 by 10, which is basically what we got right now. I think they're 10 by 9s is what we got right now, but nothing bigger than a 10 by 10.
Thank you.
Because you want it to fit into the site and have some room around it.
Kenny, I know back to the nighttime activity, there's a balance between letting people sleep and having lighting, right, in the area. Do you feel like that balance is appropriate? Is there enough lighting at the nighttime to be able to monitor the activity?
I would say I would say the light is very adequate.
Okay.
It's definitely light enough. I know when I watch the video, I can make out faces, people, who they are, what they're, stuff like that. Yeah. There's really not any dark spots there at all where you can't see somebody at all.
Good.
There's definitely plenty of light, and no one's really complained about the lighting either. And that most everybody has the tarp over their tents, which does block out the light.
Okay. Right.
And
then I think you mentioned that you surged to about 40 campers at one time. You have 29 now, but at one point you had 40. Is that what you said?
I did, yes.
And did we have enough room at that point for the 40? How did you manage that?
Barely. We barely had enough room. And how you get to 40 is you got some people who have 2 people per tent.
Okay.
We have 25 sites and 4 overflows. And that at one point, the overflows were totally full. All the sites were totally full. Okay. And I was beginning to wonder what we were going to do if more people came.
Thank you.
But I think it's become kind of seasonal maybe now. We've peaked in the summer, and then now we're going lower.
Okay.
I know they asked this question at the Astoria City Council, and I know that there's an assumption out there, so I'll ask the question, and that is, what percentage of the people at Stepping Stones would you say are Clatsop County residents who have been around for 6 months or more, versus that old saying that they're putting them on buses in Portland and sending them here?
I would say probably 90% of the residents, if not a little bit higher than that, are actual Clatsop County residents. I can only think of a few right off the top of my head that weren't actually from here in the beginning, but had come to Seaside to be residents. Most everybody is from around here. Most everybody that's there I know from previous contacts.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Spencer, anything to add? I know we still have an issue, or do we, with proper training for some of the things.
Yeah,
as well
so,
is the actual, is all the drainage done? Are we still working on that?
So, there's some drainage issues. I think either now or later tonight, our public works director can give you an update on that project. And our approach, or my approach in thinking for the keeping people dry, is first let's attack the drainage, see where we are, and then see what next steps, if any, are needed. There has been a request to have pallets. Pallets were specifically prohibited in the policy. The main reason is because they're open. They provide a place for rats or other things to nest. And so if after the drainage project appears that we still need something to get people off the ground, we'll be looking for options to do that, but something that will weather the weather and will be something solid that wouldn't promote that problem. So we can have an update on that. And then the other was
Public Works training.
Oh, Public Works training, yes. So there is, based on some direction we received from OSHA, there's some additional training that needed to happen before we could continue with camp cleanups. And we are making progress and should be able to begin those very shortly. In addition to the training, it was things like documentation on vaccinations, or having documentation that people have declined to take those, that we have the proper PPE and things like that. And I think we're pretty close on that.
Okay.
So, Kenny, I have a whole series of things, and I'm trying to wait to give everybody else a chance before I jump in, because you know how I am. Am I going to be interrupting anybody over here? Oh, okay. Realizing that the drainage is what it is, I'm out there weekly at least. Are the catch basins going to be sufficient based on your experience?
Based on what I've seen today, with one catch basin being installed, in the way the ground's being graded, it's being graded in a way to where the water will run towards the catch basins, from what I can tell.
Are any of the residents there having issues related to, and I'm thinking primarily medically, without, I don't want you to divulge inappropriate information, of course, but I know that especially in wintertime for people who are experiencing homelessness, medical conditions arise that don't arise in in-house communities. Things like trench foot become much more common. These are things that I would be looking for in the kinds of conditions that I saw when I was out there last week after the heavy rains. I realize those are being addressed, but is that something that you're able to speak to at all?
As far as what? One more?
Any waterlogged skin, people are, when you're exposed to constant wet conditions, a lot of times we don't have the ability out there to take care of things like our feet.
Right.
Which leads to further complications up to and including amputation or more.
Yeah.
Are we able to address those things as it stands or with these catch basins?
I think the catch basins will take care of a lot of the problem. It'll drain the water away from the sites. I'm not actually personally aware of any one having issues from the water other than a dampness. There's more arthritic pain in this
it's something you hear
environment.
About quick, so.
And that due to, how you have to sleep, being cold, damp, things like that.
Yeah.
We do have Dr. Slott from Providence. He comes through. He sees patients on a regular basis for various things.
Good. Do they have any covered area? I know that many of the residents smoke, which take it or leave it for what it is medically, but it's something that a lot of people are doing. Is there a covered space where they can abide by the rules that say they can't smoke in their tents or in the bathrooms without getting in trouble? Do we have any kind of an easy up or anything? It's been a few days since I've been out there. So.
Right. We have a designated area for smoking, which is over by the bathrooms, but there's no covered area. Currently, there's no covered area where they can cook out of the weather or smoke out of the weather.
Is that something you're looking at all? I know Bronson just got a new area, so.
Yes, it has been discussed. However, a funding source has not been located for that.
For sure. Okay.
I would also like to suggest that we shouldn't be holding CCA responsible for tenant improvements.
Not at all.
That's a city thing.
I'm looking
as
far as how can we as the council or as the community as a whole be able to come together to help some of the most vulnerable people amongst us. So.
Yeah, certainly a covered area would help, definitely. Okay. Especially as we go into the winter time, and they're not supposed to be cooking in their tents or anything like that.
Right.
So that would help a covered area.
You'd mentioned earlier that one of the tents had a fire.
Yes.
Are you able to go into at all the cause of that fire? Was that an intentional thing? Was it similar to the one when it was at its prior location where somebody was staying warm? Possibly cooking in their tent?
The gentleman I talked to who had been responsible reportedly for the fire reported that he told me the origin was from a small stove.
Okay.
However, that has not been confirmed beyond a reasonable doubt.
Fair. Okay. It doesn't seem to have been intentional, and I suppose Chief's shaking his head back there, so okay.
Okay.
Thank you. That's about what I got right now.
Okay. This is an ongoing process.
Yes.
It's been 3 months, basically. So we're glad to see the progress that's been made. We know there's things still need to be worked on, especially as we go into the winter months. So appreciate all the work you've done, all of your staff and people like Bill that are helping out in other areas. So they can continue to contact you or Spencer, and we'll see you again. I don't know whether we need to see you in person or not, but we look forward to getting these kind of reports. Yes, Spencer.
So just to clarify, so we are working on getting to the council a more standardized monthly written report, and then currently we have Kenny scheduled for a quarterly update. So that's already on the calendar, and if we want to update that, that's for the council to talk about. But it's recurring, so we don't have to think about it. It's already on all of our calendars.
Great.
So.
All right. Thank you, Kenny.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
See you Thursday.
We have several openings on committees. Airport Advisory has one, the City Tree Board has one, the Community Center Commission has one, the Planning Commission has one. The Convention Center Commission also has one. We have one person that has applied and we have now interviewed. Does the council wish to take any action?
I would move to appoint Mark Hopman to the Convention Center Commission.
Second.
Council President Morrissey and Councilor Binnicker, who is the liaison to that committee. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, Mark. Another day. Another hour out of your day. We're going to try to do this in the future. We are listing upcoming term expirations as well. At the end of the year, we have 2 for Budget Committee, 1 for Library Board, and 2 for Tourism Advisory Committee. We're still trying to find out if people want to continue to move on or stay on or apply again, or if they've done it long enough. So the focus right now is just to let people know that those openings are out there, and if you're interested, you can certainly apply. Unfinished business, Resolution 4081, a resolution adopting revised public comment policy.
All right, Mayor and Council, we had a pretty good discussion in our work session earlier this evening. I'll go through kind of what we've talked about for the benefit of the public that's here in the meeting tonight. So the purpose and intent of public comment is, as we saw at the beginning of this meeting, is that it provides an opportunity for the public to address the city council. And it's intended for the council to listen, not to debate or engage in dialogue. Comments help inform council consideration at future meetings, and questions or issues raised may be addressed later after proper notice. And the key there is if someone is hoping for action on a particular item that wasn't on the agenda, it's only fair that other individuals in the community know that it's going to be discussed. If they have a similar or even an opposing point of view, that they have the same opportunity to provide input. Councilors and staff generally do not respond during public comment. The chair may allow brief factual clarifications to correct inaccuracies, and councilors may ask for short follow-up questions for clarification purposes only. Again, no debate or policy discussion occurs during this period, and any substantive response or action will take place at a later meeting. And then we rely upon the chair. In this case, it's the mayor. If the mayor were absent, it would be the council president, but it can also be designated as another individual. They can invite the staff or even another counselor to clarify any points if they believe clarification or correction is needed. And so the chair is asked to ensure accuracy without opening new discussion. So this balances public participation with meeting efficiency, and this emphasizes respectful, orderly, and transparent proceedings. So there are several different ways people can provide public comment. The preferred method is, like we saw tonight, is in person, directly in the council meeting. This is really the best way for residents to engage in a public way with the city council to provide them their feedback and their thoughts. And as we saw tonight, there is a process for having submitting a comment registration card. And so if this is adopted, we'll look at ways to update the language on there, the language we have at the beginning of the meeting, instructing people on how they can participate, and look for ways that it can be easy for people to find that information and know what to do if they're coming here for public comment. There are different ways to submit written public comment, and so I wanted to kind of show what that flow looks like. This will be the main one. This is the main way it happens today. We have a forum on our website where someone could go on and submit their public comment. Once they submit it, we're going to update this based on the council's discussion to be 12 p.m. on the day of the meeting, but they submit it. It automatically is distributed to the city council during the meeting. For example, for comments that were received prior to 12 o'clock noon today, the mayor would indicate that in addition to the public comments heard tonight, we've received other comments from, you list those individuals and the topics that their written comments included. And then we would provide a link currently the practice for in-person comments is they are in the minutes linked to, there's a hyperlink provided to the part of the YouTube meeting where these comments take place. So someone who wants to see what comments were made can easily find that and watch that. Less common is we could have someone mail or hand deliver hard copies. Again, we would update that to be by noon on the day of the meeting. And again, the reason we say noon is it provides the city council time to actually read the comments prior to the meeting. The ones in person they hear during the meeting, but the other ones take a little bit more time to read. So in this case, the recorder would scan those and send them to the council, and they are acknowledged during the meeting and included in the minutes of the meeting as a record. And then much less often would be that someone submits written comments to the city council during the actual meeting itself. And it would follow a similar process. Lastly, there is the option for virtual public comment, and this would be really the same as in-person public comment. It would happen at the same time. But unlike public comment in person here in the meeting where you fill out a card, this one does require pre-registration, and that's to ensure that we know who's going to be speaking and we can be prepared for them and also be prepared to take measures that often people have ulterior motives with being able to have live access to public meetings. And so we want to have procedures in place just in case something like that happens. So a few changes since the last meeting the council talked about. Emphasized that the public comment time is for listening and not for debate, and that there will be allowance given for brief factual corrections, for clarifications. We've included reference to using the public comment card, that online submissions will automatically go to the city council. Previously, they've gone to the city recorder, who then needs to forward them on in the form of an email, but with technology, we don't need to have that bottleneck, and she's busy, and we want to get the information to the councils as soon as possible. Hard copies will be scanned and emailed to the council by noon is what the council's talked about. And then we based on council's direction, updated some of the language when it came to the accessibility. And then we've clarified how the distribution happens. And lastly, here is the kind of table that says, here are the different ways you can submit comments. and the applicable deadlines, how they're distributed, and how they're reflected in the minutes, with the top two being 99% of the time is what will be used, was in-person comments like we saw tonight, and then those who submit something ahead of time. So if the council's ready, they can make a motion to read this resolution and a motion to adopt. And I think we identified 3 changes that we wanted to make. One was to acknowledge the additional information about how the different comments would be distributed to the council. That was sent out to the council just ahead of this meeting and then discussed in the work session. Another change was to move those 3 o'clock deadlines to 12 p.m. on the day of the meeting. And then lastly was to rearrange some of the paragraphs that the mayor referenced in the last meeting in this work session. So I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Thank you. I didn't have anybody signed up to comment on this subject, but I will allow anybody if they want to. Okay. I know this is kind of maybe overwhelming. This will be publicized and put on our website, so if there's any question about it, you'll be able to read it and thoroughly study it. Okay, I'll close public comments. Councilors, any additional comments? We talked about this a lot during the meeting, the work session.
I think we've pulled this apart and looked at it just about every which way possible at this point.
Then I would like a motion to read Resolution 4081 by title only with the changes that Spencer made.
So moved.
Second.
It's Councilor Pasalski and Councilor Binnicker. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Move to adopt Resolution 4081.
Second.
Could we let him
It
read
didn't
first?
get read by
Yeah.
title
Oh,
only.
you're right. I'm ready to move on.
Spencer, go ahead.
Resolution 4081, a resolution adopting a revised public comment policy for city council meetings and repealing the previously adopted policy.
I move to adopt Resolution 4081.
Second.
Can you amend that to say with the
with the
3 changes?
with the 3 amendments as discussed previously.
Second.
That was Councilor Pasalski and Councilor McVeigh. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Put that one away.
Mayor, can I request a brief recess before we move on to this next session? Between the comments during public comments and the intensity, I really would appreciate a moment just to collect before moving into another potentially tense.
5 minutes?
Okay, we'll recess for, it's now 7:12, so we'll be back at 7:17.
Thank you.
We'll call the meeting back to order. Next, ordinance 2025-06, ordinances City of Seaside amending Chapter 102, Code of Seaside about regulations, definitions, and programs for camping, lying, and sleeping. Spencer?
All right, Mayor and Council and public. So we, as a city, we amended our camping policy really to address homeless issues in the spring of 2022 with a small amendment that summer. Since that time, we've had 3.5 years of operating our sanctioned homeless camp. This past spring and summer, we updated the policy which governs much of the operations and locations for that. However, it was time for us to update the ordinance as well. Our current ordinance wasn't necessarily inadequate, but it was missing one key feature, and that was a definition of a established camp. The state law regulates that we must provide 72-hour notice before removing an established camp, but it doesn't define that, and it's left up to cities to do that. So we looked at the ordinance that was passed in the city of Medford. That had been pointed out by the League of Oregon Cities as a good policy to use as a template or one to follow. That one was also challenged in the courts and was held by the judge in that case to meet the purposes of the law. And so we have adopted in this proposed ordinance their definition of an established camp, which is a camp that has been at its location for 5 or more days, with an explanation and further clarification that if we can't establish when it was created, then it's assumed it's been there for longer than 5 days. That's the most urgent thing that we need to do, as this will give our police department a tool for enforcement so that when someone is camping illegally, it's not we have to wait 3 days until they need to move. With that being said, we looked at the overall ordinance and format that Medford had, and we thought it was good, and so we have incorporated most of it into our into the proposed ordinance that the council is looking at tonight. I don't think it substantially changes much, but I think just the way it's put together, the way it's organized, I have a little more confidence in the legal review and process that it went through. So we've been talking about these changes for a couple of meetings. So tonight I just wanted to clarify 4 items that came up in the last meeting. And I'm sure there'll be, as we started to talk about tonight in our work session, there'll be plenty to discuss. So let me kind of go through those changes and then turn it back to you, Mayor, for more discussions. The first is there's quite a bit of reference in the draft policy on areas that are not allowed. Generally speaking, any public parks or open spaces and things like that. However, the main rule that governs where they can, in the same section, in Section A, it talks about they are only, homeless individuals can only camp in those areas designated in policy as allowed. And that policy currently states that the location is the Avenue V camp, stepping stones, which we've heard an update from tonight, and then other areas as designated by the city manager. And that last catch-all is if we hit capacity or have other emergency situations, let's say something happens at the current site that makes it unusable, we need a quick option to be able to designate a location. If we don't designate locations, then we have a situation where individuals can camp on any public property. And so the reason as a city we've chosen to designate a specific location is so that we can regulate it elsewhere. In doing further research, while we do, it is very clear that there's only one location where it's allowed. It seemed that the best practice out there was also to have some other general rules for other locations where it's not. But those are only in there to help communicate, to ensure to the public and to those who may be looking at camping that those areas are not allowed. Again, but there's really only one location where it is permitted. So discussion of RVs and trailers. Previously, at a previous camp that we had at Mill Ponds, we had an area designated for vehicles. So individuals experiencing homelessness, whether they had an RV, trailer, or a car, we had some areas where they could park and sleep in their vehicles. There were some problems with that, and so when we got to a point where there were no campers in vehicles at that time, we updated our policy at the new location so we don't have a designated area. So individuals who are experiencing homelessness but do have a vehicle, if they wish to be able to camp in our city, we would provide them with a designated spot within our current site, and like anyone else, they'd be issued a tent, whether it's in the permanent or kind of the temporary overflow site. However, there could be an occasion where someone is turned away because we are full and at capacity, and I would designate another location for that individual. So if it's an individual who is coming with a tent, we may indicate a particular location where we'd allow them to camp. Likely, we would just do for that one night and reevaluate the next day. And if they were coming with a vehicle, then we would designate a location where they could park their vehicle and sleep in their vehicle. And it was pointed out by the police department that contradicted or was in conflict with our parking ordinance, which doesn't allow that to happen. And so the language was added to the ordinance that basically would allow, under these circumstances, when someone was participating in our program and designated a site to sleep in their vehicle, that would be that would not be in conflict with our parking regulations, and that this would basically trump those regulations. There was some comment about whether we are, and this came up in the work session, are not required to provide space for vehicles. We're not required to provide any locations for vehicles, but this is what state law says. So this is in ORS section 195-520, called camping by individuals living in vehicles. There's 3 points to this. 1, any political subdivision may allow a public or private entity to allow overnight camping by homeless individuals living in vehicles on the property of the entity. So that's permissive. We're not required, but we may. 2, a political subdivision may impose reasonable conditions upon offering camping space under this section, including establishing a maximum number of vehicles allowed. So that kind of mimics some of the other language in the other camping sections about reasonableness. And 3, entities providing camping spaces under this section must also provide access to sanitary facilities, including toilet, hand washing, and trash disposal facilities. So likely, so I think this states that an individual can be homeless and have a vehicle, but we are not required to provide a space for them. What this ordinance anticipates is that if we're going to designate a space for someone with a vehicle, that it would just not, that if we did that, they would not be in violation of the law. Clearly, we would do it at somewhere close to public restroom facilities so that we met the requirements for the sanitary facilities. There was language in here, and this came from the Medford, about movement from one location to another does not abate the underlying issue. I think based on the overall ordinance that we have, that was confusing, and so in the current update that the council has, that language was just removed. As we've already said, it's only legal in one area, and so let's say someone was identified as having an unsanctioned camp. It was not established because it had not been there long enough to meet the noticing requirements, and they were asked to move on. Simply moving across the street already is a violation of our code because they can't camp the first location, they can't camp at the second location. So the extra language, I think, was just confusing more than anything. So the ordinance already addresses it and gives our police department the abilities that they need to enforce the law. The only thing would be is if they were asked to move on because they couldn't camp there, and unbeknownst to us, they moved to a location that wasn't identified for 5 or more days, then we would go through the noticing requirement that we would of 72 hours like any other individual in a similar circumstance. But hopefully moving simply across the street would be obvious to the police officers who have been asked to do the enforcement. And then lastly, there was a request to update the definition of lying. I think it was, it said lying in public or private locations, in which the locations itself had nothing to do with it, so we just removed that. Otherwise, everything is, so this was a change. This was also a change. This line was removed at the request of the police department. And then this has not changed, and neither has this, just kind of provided additional context to help you understand why these sections are in there. So with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you, and I'm sure we'll have plenty to discuss tonight.
Okay, we will now listen to Michael again. He signed up for this one. Michael lives in Seaside.
Again, Michael Sunlightner, and I'll write larger next time.
Thank you.
In Portland, where I moved from just a year ago, there are 95 neighborhoods. One of those neighborhoods is Montevilla. Montevilla has 10,000 residents. I was chair of the Montevilla Neighborhood Association for 5 years, and houselessness was a major issue. Still is. I think I can assure you that Mayor Keith Wilson is not going to be putting people on buses. I campaigned for him last year before I moved here. That's not his style. You don't need to worry about that. But I think what we do need to worry about is our moral compass. As neighborhood chair, it was not popular for me to say there is a fundamental human right, and that is the need to sleep. Now, I think you all recognize that. I see it in your policy. I see it in your having a designated camping area. I am really congratulating you on your efforts, but I suspect they're not enough. Let us be conscious that people with a vehicle are privileged. People with a tent are privileged. A lot of people in my old neighborhood didn't have a tent. They were simply sleeping on a bench at a TriMet stop, or trying to sleep upright in a wheelchair on a street corner. That could be here too, and I think we need to be proactive here. Imagine that it is likely things are going to get much worse than before they get better here, and that there will be a lack of spaces in your designated area. Anticipate that. For the really destitute, what are you going to do with them? If you have law enforcement simply saying 5 days there, then you must move. They'll move to some other place, like was mentioned. 5 days there, you must move. It's playing whack-a-mole. I've seen that for years in Portland. hit here, come up over here. They have no place to go. Physically, they have no place to sleep. It's simply a reality. There are members of our community that don't vote, but we need to be concerned about them, right? So what are we going to do? Waste a lot of public resources on whack-a-mole? We can anticipate this problem.
Yep, 20
I
seconds.
suggest we need to have more spaces. That it's a good start, stepping stone, but anticipating need, designate more spaces and have them developed, please. Thank you.
Again, was there anybody else that wanted to make a comment that didn't sign up? All right, we'll close public comment. Councilors.
I think based on the conversation during the work session, this still has quite a bit of work to be done. I have unresolved questions myself that I can't support it as it is without those questions getting answered, whether that's dealing with not falling into the same exact pitfalls that our constituents have repeatedly and vocally and impassionately come to us to express opposition to, of sticking people in their neighborhoods without notice, without opportunity for them to speak up. Whether it's trying to designate some place for cars to park or RVs to park where they're there for an indeterminate amount of time with nobody being able to tell who they are, why they're there, while nobody else would otherwise be able to be there. Whether it's how do we enforce it equally so that we're not targeting one segment of the population while letting another segment of the population skirt free. We're not addressing the actual issues here. We're playing whack-a-mole, like Mr. Sonalitis said. We're trying to do the bare minimum, and I think that when we're dealing with human lives, which we are here, we really need to be thorough and make sure that we're actually doing the work to get it nailed down. We've been through so many meetings. We've talked around and around and around about this, whether it was in public forums over at the convention center 3 years ago, or whether it's been in this room, but we're not actually dealing with the issues. We're trying to say, we're going to do this bare minimum and not move on and actually do the work to address the actual problems. I can't support it as it is.
I actually disagree. I think this is the third meeting that we've reviewed this policy and had a lot of discussion on this topic.
Which I acknowledged.
And so, you know, I think we moved in a positive direction. There's been updates already. This is based on Medford's similar policy. I think we can, you know, there is opportunity always in the future to make things better, but I did not hear anything that was outstanding specifically from this specific policy in any of the conversations that we've had so far.
Anybody else?
I would agree with Councilor Binnicker. We've been through this. We've dealt with it for 5 or 6 years, and we always said that we wouldn't give up good because we only wanted perfect, and that there's always going to be changes and updates based on laws changing and court rulings. And I think that this is a step forward on our ordinance to give us the definitions that we need to be able to enforce the rules and laws of the city as we need to be able to. And so I am in favor of moving forward with this ordinance.
I do think that this ordinance is a step forward in a big way, but I still have some concerns. I do not want those concerns to get in the way of the progress that we are making. But But I also do not want us to say, okay, this is passed, now we're not going to look at it again. My concerns are specifically about the fact that if we need overflow, and we heard tonight, we've had 40 people at Stepping Stones, the likelihood of needing overflow is there. And so what we need to be doing is not only passing these items, but we need to be more specific about how we would deal with overflow and where it would be. I think putting it in the hands of the city manager, yes, the city manager needs to have the authority to say, we're going to put somebody in overflow. But wherever that overflow is in the city, the people who live around there need to have some say, need to have some warning, need to know what is going on. And that's what we need to be working on before we need the overflow. When we get to something like vehicles, city manager read ORS 195.520. There is also something called differentiation by habitability, and it's the federal HUD guidelines that are often referenced in state and local policies. They consider a person homeless if they live in a place, quote, not meant for human habitation, such as an abandoned trailer or an RV without core amenities like working water or sewage disposal. Conversely, a fully functional, legally parked RV might be considered a residence under specific conditions. And one of the things that we know the state of Oregon looks at, and RV parks, you cannot park in an RV park if you don't have a current license, if you don't meet certain standards, if in fact it's not a habitable RV. So the difference of someone driving up, and I wish we had asked the question earlier about how many people at Stepping Stones even have vehicles. And you might know that, Seamus, because I know you go up there more often. But if someone drives up in an RV and it's habitable, they are not considered homeless by HUD. So we need to be looking at those particulars and how we design our policies, because we should not be having working RVs parking in our neighborhoods because they either are waiting for their opening at Thousand Trails, as happened in my neighborhood recently, or they don't want to pay to be in an RV park, because those people are in fact not homeless. So we do need to be making that differentiation. So the things that I'm looking at are vehicles and RVs. How are we going to deal with that? And the second one is, yes, we do have to plan for overflow, and yes, we can pass what we've got here, but we don't ignore the next step, which is planning for overflow. Where is it going to be? How is it going to be? And how are we going to make sure we involve the residents that live around there? Neighbors don't need to be right there. A neighborhood is, well, when we had 10th and Nicanicum, the neighbors in that neighborhood were 2, 3, 4 blocks away, because that is their neighborhood. And we need to involve the neighbors and the citizens.
The only issue I have with this, and I think Spencer explained it okay, so there's a caveat there, is the issue with what he added with RVs in Chapter 72. We already say it's not legal. So because at the moment, and probably for the foreseeable winter months at least, we're not going to be dealing with overflow. I'm fine with leaving it the way it is for now because we probably won't be addressing it. But other than that, I think we need to move forward. I agree with Councilor Montero that, you know, this isn't, and everybody else has said, this isn't the end of it. So one of the things we'll have to figure out, especially, you know, maybe for next summer, is the overflow issue. And we will need to start working on that basically immediately. You know, the issue with the whole issue with this issue is that we are a small town, and everywhere you go, it's somebody's neighborhood. You know, there's just no simple answer. I would give us the credit that if there was, we would have figured it out by now. So,
Mayor, did you?
Yes.
Did Council Morrissey?
Yeah, could I make a?
Oh,
yeah. So a
yeah.
lot of great points were made by everyone. I think as a city, we've been very innovative and progressive in getting the Stepping Stones camp set up, which complies with Oregon state law. But more importantly, we've actually been able to manage it well up to this point, which is very impressive what CCA has done. I think this ordinance is the other piece to that, so we can actually enforce you know, the no camping ordinance in other places. So I'm all in favor of it. Obviously, if we have to deal with overflow issues at some point, then we do need to circle back. But I think we've hashed this to death at this point. So I'm all in favor with moving forward. And if we need to make corrections later, we can do that.
I have a question about what Kenny said about the nighttime criminal element coming out. Correct me if I'm wrong, but are those cameras that were installed, did those feed to the police department? Can someone monitor those at night?
We don't have active monitoring. It's more live and recorded, and so it's typically being used when there is someone available and wants to look at it, they can pull it up. In terms of enforcement, it's more been used when there have been incidents at the camp, whether it's a camp rule violation or actually crimes. It's been used as the evidence needed to address those issues. I think right now what's happening more from enforcement during the night is patrols from the police department that will go through the camp periodically. The way it was designed is for a patrol officer to be able to drive in, do a loop, and keep an eye on things. Obviously, we don't have eyes on the camp 24/7, and so it's a matter of we're not trying to prevent all crime and all rule breaking, but we are trying to minimize that as reasonably as possible.
Is it not feasible to get the feed to go to the officers' laptop computers in their cars?
I don't, we haven't looked at that. We could look at that. I think the feasibility is more about having them, the operationally monitoring it while they're in their vehicles. That'd be a question I'd ask for the police chief he's going to understand that much better than I would.
We only have 2 cars patrolling in the evening. 2 to 3.
Depends on the shift.
So, yeah. So that makes it difficult.
Yeah, so they would not be monitoring, obviously, when they're on an active call. They could be monitoring it in between, but they can also be just physically present, which I think
not
would
while
be
they're
better.
patrolling, though, either. They
What's
shouldn't
that?
be watching it while they're patrolling. Yeah.
Not while the vehicles are moving, but
Right.
they can
And
park
that's
and
what
see
they're
what's
doing.
going on at the
Yeah.
camp and take a look. And if they
One-
see some live action, they can respond because they see it on the video.
One of the issues that we'll continue to talk about is how much money are we willing to spend on what we're doing here. I believe it was $200,000 or $300,000 to get the camp set up and all the preparation. That's a budget item, and it could certainly be something we can talk about at budget committee. It's all like everything else. What's the best way to spend the limited funds that the city has? we depend a lot on, well, he mentioned it tonight, 32 hours. We're only paying them for 28. So,
and they're spending more than 32.
And they're spending
I can
more than
guarantee
32.
you.
Yeah. So, we've got to kind of keep that in mind. And again, putting this into place now and continuing to work on it, the management of the camp isn't necessarily in the ordinance itself. That's in our policy and our agreement with CCA.
I have a technical question. To move forward with this, we have first, second, third reading. And I have no problem moving forward with this, but I do have the concern that I want us not to forget, and I want us to be sure and continue working on the overflow issue. How would that be a separate motion then, Spencer?
Yeah, so I think you're talking about two different things. One is the
Okay.
ordinance before you tonight. A separate is really a council priority on what you want to be working on. So that is, I recently put together the list of kind of projects and stuff like that. That's something that could be added to there, and then the council takes the time to say, hey, what do we want to do next? Is it identifying a second camp location? Is it one of the other myriad of policies or projects that the council's identified you want to be working on? So it really is just, you can make a motion separately on that, but it's really ultimately up to this council to decide what you want to do and when you want to do it. So you could pass that. I don't know how binding it is on yourself, but it's really up to the council to kind of direct when that happens. And it's really about prioritizing it with other things you'd like to accomplish.
Yeah, I feel like that's something that's got to be on the list, the priority list, which we will continue to bring back. We haven't had the time to do it because we've been tied up with these two resolution and ordinance.
So I would like to make
So it
a
would definitely
motion
be on there.
that
But
we
we're in talking about an ordinance right now, so hold that until we
Okay, I'll
decide
hold
what
it
to do
till
about
afterwards.
this. So I'm going to have a motion for reading ordinance 2025-06.
I move for a
first
first reading of ordinance 2025-06 by title only.
Second.
It's Councilor Binnicker and Councilor Montero. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That was Councilor McVeigh. Spencer?
Ordinance 2025-06, an ordinance of the City of Seaside, Oregon, amending Chapter 102 of the Code of Seaside, establishing regulations, definitions, and programs for camping, lying, and sleeping on public and private property, providing for permits, prohibitions, penalties, enforcement, and notice requirements, and repealing conflicting provisions.
I move for a second reading of ordinance 2025-06 by title only.
I'll second.
It's Councilor Pasalski, Council President Morrissey. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
No.
That was Councilor Montero and Councilor McVeigh. Spencer?
Ordinance 2025-06, an ordinance of the City of Seaside, Oregon, amending Chapter 102 of the Code of Seaside, establishing regulations, definitions, and programs for camping, lying, and sleeping on public and private property, providing for permits, prohibitions, penalties, enforcement, and notice requirements, and repealing conflicting provisions.
It'll be on our next agenda.
So at this point, then, I would like to make a motion that we add to our priority list the process and discussion of an overflow site for homeless camping.
I'll second that.
It's Councilor Montero and Councilor Pasalski. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, new business. What that half of the room is sitting here for. Sadie, come on up. You all have a copy of her presentation here.
Hi.
Hi. Go ahead. Yeah.
I want to thank you for inviting me here today. I'm here to discuss the fireworks. As in our meeting previously, we had discussed the funding of the fireworks through the Chamber of Commerce event, as previously annually funded $25,000, and that would need to be revisited before continued funding would happen. And so I've just put together a presentation about the virtues of the event and also the financial breakdown of what the event takes to put on and an additional ask. So if you haven't been down to the beach for 4th of July, it's definitely more than just a fireworks show. It is an absolute all-day Independence Day festival. This is a video taken by Six Wheels Down. It's a local who goes down to the beach and takes some great video of the event. Again, many locals don't go down to the beach. So what you're missing is a heck of a party. He had a really happy look on his face. So folks set up camp all day long. Don't worry, it's just temporary, and they're not staying the night. It's not that kind of camping. But they set up their whole...
Well, to be fair, that night they are.
I'm not out there. Beyond 2 a.m., I'm not out there seeing what they're doing, sleeping or whatever, but it is an epic celebration, and one of the things that I really treasure about living here. When my family moved here, essentially we moved here 3 days before the 4th of July, and it came as quite a shock not knowing what Seaside had to offer for 4th of July. Seeing the epic scale of everybody out on the beach was really awesome. What you're seeing at the middle of the screen is the sanctioned fireworks show, the one that Seaside Chamber of Commerce puts on annually, and the blank space that you're seeing is a 1,200 foot across safety zone that's dictated by the size of the shells, the mortars that are by Western District Fireworks Company. Don't worry, this video isn't as long as the fireworks show, I promise. We, over the last 5 years, have put on, actually the last 3 years, 2 years has been a 20-minute show, and the year before was a 18-minute show. The cost increases annually, as you can imagine, as everything does, and I'll go through those numbers in just a minute. Okay, that's enough. So the hospitality impact, we have about 1,300 hotel rooms. I come by that number by personally picking up the phone and calling every hospitality property in Seaside and asking their number of hotel rooms. That does not include the Wyndham rooms or vacation rentals. The average daily rate for the 3rd and 4th of July is around $330 a night. And that means the financial impact for those 1,300 hotel rooms is about $858,000. That is for just the 3rd and 4th of July. And the Seaside TLT income, which is 10% of that, from just the 3rd and 4th of July would be $85,800. Again, that does not include vacation rentals. As far as the economic impact, the average daily spend per person is estimated at $267, although I anticipate it being slightly higher. That's the average daily spend for a visitor otherwise, and not just for the 4th of July. And the estimated number of visitors is between 30 and 60,000 folks for the 3rd and 4th of July, depending on whether it falls on a weekday or a weekend. And so if you calculate that out, I had to do that with a calculator because my brain doesn't work that fast. It is $16 million to $32 million for those 2 days for our community. So what does it take to make it happen? These are the expenses for 2025. It cost us $49,451 to put it on, and $35,000 was our choice of show size, and the rest is for advertising, volunteer expense, that being feeding the volunteers and safety vests and more. Our safety zone setup, which again is that 1,200 foot across fenced area. Staffing to do that because I'm not doing that solo, and insurance, of course. So the costs are on the rise and decreasing contributions. The Chamber seeks sponsorship for 4th of July for months ahead of the event, trying to get it covered as much as we can. The sponsorship contributions have declined annually. We used to have the donations-o-meter out in front of the Chamber, and we don't any longer, but the contributions have decreased. And the fireworks cost, it had increases annually about 10%, but we were informed by Western Display that the tariffs will increase it by 30% this year. As far as our income, the city has contributed $25,000 for as long as I can remember, at least 10 years, I believe, and the sponsorships covered the additional at $20,000, not all of the additional, but $20,246 with a total of $45,000 plus. But of course, our costs were $49,000. So the sponsorships by business sector, retail covered a good majority of that, as well as hospitality. Again, so this year our event cost was $49,000 and our event income was $45,000, leaving us with a $4,000, essentially $4,000 loss at the Chamber. That is covered by our memberships. In 2026, for the exact same show, the estimated total cost for the event for the same show is $60,000, $60,500. And again, the estimated total income is about the same, and that's with the grant of $25,000. So the Chamber would be projecting a $15,000 loss. Some factors for this year. It is the 250th birth of our nation. It is a Saturday event, so there will be more 2- and 3-day stays with larger crowds. And as the Chamber of Commerce, we feel like it's important to maintain strong tourism draw to ensure our continued economic impact, going back to the $16,000 to $32 million for those days, especially in light of the higher fines being recommended and enforcement of illegal fireworks, which may draw people away from Seaside. From our fireworks vendor today, Western Display currently supplies approximately 14 other shows on the coast. 6 spend more than Seaside, 8 spend the same or less. For the 2026 show, they're currently planning, so amongst those shows that they're already in the works, their budgets range from 10 to 35% for the budgeted firework displays. Again, knowing that the costs are going to go up by 30% or more for tariffs. So last year, again, this is from the fireworks vendor, Western Display. Last year's fireworks industry premiums faced 25% increases alone. Western Display faced these challenges as well for general liability, workers' comp, for high explosives, and excess limit policies. 2026 poses some very interesting dynamics never seen before in our industry, which is tariffs. As a direct importer of display fireworks, we're under the umbrella of the current tariff placed on high explosives. Western Display receives 2 containers in August that were subject to 32.4% tariffs each. As of yesterday, our industry is hoping to see our current imposed tariffs of 132.4% per container lowered. Also, I asked them, what would it take for us to be the largest and best show on the Oregon coast? And they said it would take over $85,000. Again, that's telling me what another municipality is spending for their fireworks. So the request, knowing that the TLT impact, so the 70% of the 10% that is actually usable for tourist draw. So that my request is that we use that 70% of the 10% to go towards fireworks. So the chamber would be requesting an additional $35,000 of TLT funds for a total city contribution of $60,000 for 2026. Lesser request would be maintaining the current programming. Each year, the programming has gone down for the display. It's not a decrease in the amount of time, it's a decrease in the amount of displays per minute. And so the second request would be that we maintain current programming, an 18-minute show at the current mortars per minute. That's my terms, not theirs. And then the ask would be for an additional $15,500 of TLT funds for a total city contribution of $40,500 for 2026. That would be so the chamber is not in the hole. All right, questions?
Sadie, could you go back to option 1 real quick? Okay, more impactful and celebratory show.
Longer,
Or more mortars per minute.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'd actually like to hear about what the other discussions that are happening in the fireworks committee with the elimination of the illegal fireworks before we...
Elimination.
Well, reduction, vast reduction.
Over time, we only had 2 meetings, and the process coming out of the last meeting was to see if we can create more of an idea of it's the same fine that you would receive anywhere between Cannon Beach and Gerhardt, which would mean us raising our fine to the Cannon Beach level,
which is
700.
It's 5,000.
5,000.
We're at 700, which is also automatically reduced if anybody wants it reduced. So we have an issue to talk about with the enforcement of it as well. And then the other piece would simply be a better education, saying, this is going to be an issue going forward. Please don't come and expect to be able to shoot off all the fireworks you have done in the past. Like I said, we've only had 2 meetings, so we're just beginning the process. The focus, I think, will be on the main 2 will be talking about what kind of ordinance we can put in place before July. And, we have 6 months to do that. But the bigger issue will be starting the education of visitors and potential visitors. Kind of has to start soon and make it very clear that message gets out. I don't, have you had any talks, Spencer, with tourism department?
Yeah, I met with tourism and our former tourism director, John Rail, and we discussed some potential for campaigns, and so they are working on coming back with some ideas that we can present to the committee. I will say, when we talk about education, I don't believe that an educational campaign will curb it in the first year. It will only be curbed when education is combined with hitting people in the pocketbooks. And that it will be if we keep on it, a ramp down in level, but it's not going to be an overnight thing. But yeah, that is underway. And then, on the enforcement side with fines and stuff like that, there's some more discussions that we need to have as a committee, but also that the council will need to have, because as we're currently operating, that would not be effective if every fine's reduced to $300. So if someone spends $10,000 or $15,000 on fireworks, a $300 fine is just
Slap on their
one more mortar.
It's a partial shot.
And an ordinance is worthless if you don't enforce it.
That's not the issue that we're talking about. The reduction is not being made by the police department. It's being made at the judge level.
Mm-hmm.
But this is an area where we need to be careful, because we can't direct the judge. They need to be able to remain some independence. Obviously, you don't want people who have interactions with law enforcement to come to you to plead their case. There's a place for that, and that's with the judge and at the court. At the same time, we need to have a unified enforcement methodology for this to be successful. So there's some work that needs to be done to coordinate that.
Will the fireworks ad hoc committee have recommendations for the council in time for us to act for this year, or is that going to take some more time?
I would say probably not. Depends on the messaging that they come up with. The ordinance itself will take some time to get done, and it's a matter of priority again. Which things are we going to try to get done in the, what do we have, 3 meetings left this year? So,
but I think to clarify, and maybe why we're having this discussion tonight is the council asked us to come back and have this discussion because we want to make a decision before the end of this calendar year as to whether or not we will sponsor the fireworks for next year. And the reason is they need to order fireworks near the beginning of the year, yet we go through the budget process and set aside the funds for this, and they're technically not available till July 1st, which is obviously too late for them to identify whether or not they should be ordering them. And so we made a commitment that if we were going to change plans, we would notify them at least 6 months in advance. And so the council the only decision that needs to be made now is whether or not you want to hold the fireworks. Now, the commitment has always been for $25,000. The request is obviously additional funds from that. The funding for these comes from TLT revenues, and so we do have we can have sufficient funding. That's really a question for you as a council as to what level you want to fund it. Generally speaking, my advice is I don't like considering things outside the budget process because we're committing to one thing. We don't know what we're committing to not fund. However, because this is TLT and not general funds, I have less concerns about that. But I'll leave that decision up to you. So really 2 things is, I think the one thing we want to do for sure by the end of this year is let the chamber know if we are going to participate. I think it makes sense, and if we're having these discussions, let's have the discussion at what level we're going to participate, whether it's the same or whether it's an increased amount. That doesn't necessarily have to happen, but again, if they're ordering fireworks, they kind of need to have that information. There are, I think, quite a few things we could do and likely could implement before July. It all depends on what those recommendations are and how we prioritize our time, both for where the staff is working, where the council wants to be working. But they are, I would look at the city's support for the fireworks show and the city's efforts to curtail illegal fireworks are two separate but related issues. So one doesn't need to be solved for the other, but it makes sense for us to be having both conversations at the same time, since they're obviously related to each other. But whether or not we fund the program, that's the one thing that needs to be decided by the end of the year. But any other things we want to make in terms of changes on enforcement, we have more time than just by the end of this year, if we're separating those two issues.
I appreciate that it's 8 months in advance that we're having this discussion. So thank you. We did discuss that last year. So I really appreciate that. I also really appreciate the colorful presentation and the effort that went into that. As far as the illegal fireworks work, I think that's great. And whether or not we get to the point of having a new ordinance in place, there are some things I've heard about as I've watched those 2 meetings of the committee that we can do, where we can make progress to, work on preventing illegal fireworks for next year. So I do see things that can happen along those lines. Because it's a Saturday and because of the increased revenue that will be coming into the city and because this is TLT funding, I would support an increase in the support that the city gives for this event. I think it is just huge for this city, and I think the amount of $25,000 that we have given for 10 years is low in my mind, so I would support this.
To the TLT revenue point that Spencer mentioned, the fireworks can only be paid with tourism promotion dollars, and the numbers you ran, you could make the case that it's a self-sustaining event. It really funds itself. You could split the numbers there and look at it either way, but really, due to the increase in room rates, most likely it funds itself. So that's one piece of it. The other piece is OSU did a study on resident sentiment on tourism. I'm just going to read their conclusion here. And this was Seaside locals it surveyed. And Seaside residents participated in a survey regarding the annual fireworks display. The findings revealed significant support for continuing the official July 4th fireworks display, with over 50% of respondents expressing favor, while approximately 32% were either somewhat in agreement or disagreed. So the way I see it is it's a self-funding event and the residents supporting.
And how many responded to that survey?
It was a significant number. I do not have that
It
here.
was
I think they told us
about
300 and something.
I was thinking close to 400. It's what Joshua talked about last week. Anybody else?
My question is if it's self-sustaining and it brings in $16 to $32 million, why can't the chamber pay for all of the expenses? Why do we need to dedicate city?
Because $16 to $32 million doesn't go to the chamber. It goes to the businesses.
It goes to the businesses who are benefiting from the tourism coming here. So the businesses that are benefiting from it should be paying for it, not the tax-paying citizens.
The tax-paying citizens aren't paying for it.
They aren't.
It's being paid out of the tourism tax.
My mistake. My mistake.
Yeah.
Visitors are paying for it.
But the tax-paying citizens get left with the debris that's left over. the noise and the garbage and the people parking up and down our streets and shooting off illegal fireworks in our street, those people wouldn't be here if they weren't enticed to come for that fireworks show.
Neither would the economic impact.
What?
Neither would the economic impact. So if you can't have one without the other, right? You can't have empty streets, but an economic impact.
I'm saying if the businesses are benefiting 16 million to 32 million, then they can pay for their fireworks show that's bringing them the bodies to pay the $267 a piece over that weekend. That's my point. The businesses, if they really wanted this, would support it. But by your own pie chart, they're not. They're not supporting it. That's troubling because they want all the benefit of the people coming, but they want to not pay for it.
I think that the majority of our town is made up by small businesses, and for them to sponsor something at a significant enough level to foot the bill entirely without the $25,000 in TLT funds isn't actually reasonable, a reasonable ask on our small businesses.
Well,
The small businesses are supporting the residents through the winter based on money earned during the summer. And so the revenue that comes in during the summer during events like this pays payrolls through the whole winter. It's what keeps people living here.
And my ask was only for funds that were funded by TLT itself, just for the 2 days of stay. So many hotels, including my own, have 2-night minimums. So that is kind of a guaranteed stay for 2-night minimums for most of the hotels. And so, I mean, I haven't asked beyond what TLT would fund specifically. I haven't asked for additional funds beyond just those 2 days alone. And only at the 10%, only at the 70% of the 10%, which is usable for tourism draw. Instead, we're putting money into the bank, millions of dollars sitting there unused, but then we're not willing to fund something just for the 2 days of TLT funds.
My position is I'm fully in favor of continuing the funding as is. The additional amounts I could totally see as being valuable. It's a special, anniversary year, whatnot. The other piece I would like to see is if the chamber could take some funds to do day of event education about the illegal fireworks. On the day, have you have volunteers that are down there, they're doing things, they're covering the lines. Perhaps we can have some that have signage at the entrances to the beach that talk about them being illegal, being able to educate people that you've got a $5,000 fine coming if you bring those fireworks out here, and be able to be a partner in that process of eliminating the illegal fireworks that day.
I think what we'd be looking at with the chamber is a larger financial impact, a larger cost. As far as
Sure.
what the day of has cost us I was very unable to get volunteers. 4th of July, any holiday, it's difficult to get volunteers. I had to hire out a staff of 8 folks for 2 different shifts to cover what needed to be done for that day. If we're adding additional, that it just raises the cost ultimately just for the membership of the chamber, the folks that have chosen to support the chamber.
And what I would say is,
membership.
in a situation like that, it would include increased funding from the city to help with those expenses, is what I'm saying, as opposed to putting it on city staff to fund staff, find staff for that day. If the chamber's putting on the event, just like we require hood to coast to have security guards and those types of things, if we were able to do the same thing, but be able to use TLT funds to pay for that, I'd be in favor of a situation like that.
I think logistically, the chamber has done a fair job at putting on the event. I don't see that adding that small logistical piece, if we have the funds in order to hire folks to do that, should pose much of a challenge to add that as one of our tasks for the event.
Sadie, I noticed too that it looked like you spent just about the same amount or close to it on volunteers as paid staff. So perhaps you can shift some of that. Do you know what I'm saying? So hire more staff.
Weeds on that.
If you paid the volunteers the same, spent the same on the volunteers that you did on the paid staff.
Yeah, so rather than ask for volunteers, just say, hey, volunteers, have a
If
great
it was
day
so
off.
hard to
but
find
just,
them,
yeah,
right?
order.
Yeah, just a thought.
I find it an interesting concept that David proposes. I mean, if the city is partnering with the chamber to pay for the event, then it doesn't seem unreasonable to ask the chamber to partner with the city on educating the public regarding what will happen if you have illegal fireworks and discouraging illegal fireworks. I mean, that's what a two-way partnership is all about. So I find that it's a good concept. I like that to be explored. My recollection is that when we had COVID and when we did not have a fireworks show, I think that was 1 year or 2 years, I can't remember, that did not really affect our tourism that much. The bottom line for me on this is that the chamber is asking for somewhere between $15,500 to $35,000 extra. TLT funds, that's where it would come from. I'm not prepared to make that decision tonight. I want to hear from our citizens in Seaside. I want to hear more input. 300 and some people who responded to a survey from PSU, okay, that's something. But I think this is just like any ordinance, any resolution, where we are asking for citizens to give us their input and tell us what they would like.
How many citizens would you want to respond in order for it to be a valid survey?
I didn't say survey. If we get no response from citizens, that's going to say one thing. But I think just like with anything else we do in this city, we always give the opportunity to citizens to have
Absolutely.
their
I totally agree.
That's why I'm not ready to make a decision tonight.
Yeah, no, I get that.
I'm not saying valid survey or whatever.
No, I'm just trying to find out if we've got, what was the percentage that you gave over here?
It was 50 plus in support.
Okay, so we had at least 150 residents that said they were in support of the fireworks show. So all I'm saying is, would it require you 150
I'm
to
not
then
dictating that. I'm not dictating that. I'm saying citizens deserve the opportunity. That's why I'm not ready to vote on this tonight.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm not saying you need to. I was just trying to get an idea of what you were looking for from the additional input, because I always
people decide not to have that say, that's up to them.
Yeah, no,
I
absolutely.
think it would be completely reasonable to hope for at least 10% of our population.
So
even at 400, that's not even into double digits yet for percentage of our population to respond to this. Such a small sample size doesn't really give us very accurate assessment.
May I ask what the question would be? Because are we talking about
my mind,
funding it? Yes, it's my psychic
you're
abilities.
reading my mind. The question could, whatever they want to tell us, they could say no, or they could say, hey, give them $35,000. I just feel, I'm not asking the question. I'm saying this is the citizens' opportunity to have their say.
Sorry, what I more meant was it about funding it? Was it about the level of funding it? Was it about it happening at all, the sanctioned fireworks show?
All of those.
All of the above.
Did we do that when we funded the 25,000 for the last 10 years? Is there a process we could follow that we did last year or how we've done this in the past?
The 25,000 has been a tradition that the tourism committee, going back umpteen years, has always committed. And that's fine. That's been a commitment from the city. In fact, I think at one point, and I'm not I could be wrong, but I think at one point it was the city's show that the chamber did. Now it's the chamber's show. So I don't have a problem with that 25,000.
Okay, so it's the increase, I think, is what
I know the increase
we're
definitely
asking
gives me
about.
heartburn. I mean, we're looking at, what did you say, 18-minute show?
It's a 20-minute show.
A 20-minute show? And we're looking at spending 40,000 as the lower option? 40,500?
Oh,
For a 20-minute?
That's because the tariffs are increasing.
Oh, I get that. I get where it's going. That's an awful lot of money to be blowing up, spending, in 20 minutes time when we're spending, 50,000 a year to run the camp for a year?
It comes from different funds, though.
I realize that. I do understand the basics of this, just so you're clear. And so trying to give me those, really not helpful. Okay? We're looking at $50,000 a year for people, 40,500 to 60,000 for 20 minutes of entertainment. The 25 that we've done traditionally, cool. I can get behind that. That's not a problem. Okay? I'm not a fan of the fireworks show. My issues with it have been very well, put out here. But asking us to raise it so much, and I get it, the costs are not your fault. I'm not indicating that they are. But it's an awful lot of money to be putting out for 20 minutes. That gives me heartburn. And I would hope that when we're spending other people's money, it should give all of us heartburn. Again, not saying you're your fault, but that's something we need to be thinking about more than just 15, 20 minutes here.
What it means to the chamber
I didn't
is
ask what
that.
it meant to the chamber.
What's that?
I didn't ask what it meant to the chamber. I was
No,
giving my
no.
statement.
I'm saying what it means to the chamber, the increase, right? Is that our cost, if we choose to proceed at the current level, and our costs are expected to be an additional $15,500, what that means is that we choose to spend that money on fireworks instead of other initiatives that we could improve the community, like the other initiatives that we've put into place this year. So, I mean, that's a choice that has to be made. And TLT funding tourist activities, it isn't just for the 20 minutes. It's a full day festival. I mean, it is a full day happening. People are here for 2 days. The economic impact is not for the 20 minutes of the day. It's for the entire day,
Right.
for the 2 days. So, I mean, it is that $40,000 isn't for 20 minutes. It's
That's
for the
funding
entire
fireworks
day.
show, isn't it?
Pardon?
It's funding the fireworks show. The rest of it is what that fireworks leads to. It's an investment. I get that.
That's what
the
brings
rest
them.
of it is what comes from it.
That's what brings
Oh.
them, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
The
Just-
fireworks
so
show
clear.
brings them here to spend their money here.
They
Tina
come
just
without
said
it.
that during COVID, when there was no show, the tourists didn't abandon Seaside.
I don't know where the data is that she's using for that.
Well,
was
I'd like
definitely
to-
it was
I'd like-
definitely closer. Okay, I'll bring you my sales numbers.
Well, that's your sales numbers, that's not the.
I'm a
general.
Seaside resident as well. I have businesses
You say
in the
that
city
is
that have
for
the data
you.
for you.
All right.
If you're just
Speaking
making
as
an
the chamber.
assumption.
One at a time here, please.
However, I have I'll throw this out as a novel idea, which I don't even know if it's legal, but if it's some.
Sounds good already.
All right. If we start enforcing the ordinances about illegal fireworks, I would gladly give those fines for the fireworks show.
Yeah, every penny.
I would prefer we didn't have any fines and didn't have any fireworks to fine.
Ideally. But if we're going to have them,
And you're
they
gonna
should
have
be, and we're going to. We know this.
And so my idea earlier of being able to have some additional money, some additional TLT funds going to education this year, and then we designate any fines collected for the fireworks show next year to do the same thing.
I need to get back to a brief point. I don't want to lose it is all.
Sure.
You were saying that it was a choice between doing the fireworks show or other incentives. I
The
understand that correctly?
$15,500. So this year our cost was $4,000 beyond what was covered by the $25,000 and the $20,000 worth of sponsors. So if that didn't cover it for an additional $15,000, that $15,000 goes towards other initiatives that the chamber is putting into place to improve business.
This is
throughout
the
the year.
15 is what you came in short of.
That's what we
of
would be
budget.
coming in short for 2026 with the tariffs raising the cost for the exact same show that we had this year. So where we were $4,000
Trying to make sure I'm
short
on the
this
right
year,
page
it
with
would be
you.
$15,000 next year.
Okay. What kind of initiatives would those be? Just out of curiosity.
Like our trash receptacle art campaign, the Coast Coins program, which had a $30,000 give back to the community direct from the chamber, those kinds of initiatives.
Which was that last one? I didn't hear.
The Coast Coins.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What are the competing priorities with this money? So if this money is spent out of the TLT fund, what is not done out of the TLT fund? Do we have a budget there that would?
We have approximately $11 million that is in this fund that we can't spend it on. There is not enough tourism promotion that we can do to make it worthwhile. I mean, you talk about spending money. There's only so much you can spend on advertising to get people to come here.
Hence
But
my
it's
idea
all
of
the
using
pol-
that to eliminate the illegal fireworks.
Now, we are working at the legislative level to get that split changed by about 30%, which is going to transfer some of that money back into things like general fund where we can use it for what we specify. But right now, there are pretty strict laws about where you can spend that money. And, it either just sits there and continues to get bigger, or we, spend an infinitesimal amount of it on paying for fireworks.
So this is an appropriate use of part of that $11 million.
It is.
Okay.
I would argue this
Absolutely
is
is.
this
Thank
is
you.
advertising. So you could
Yes.
go put it into Facebook and Google Ads. You could put 40,000 into that, and this is far more effective than that as far as the bang for your buck. So this is advertising dollars. It's just a different form.
However, there's the rest of the politics about TLT that means, yeah, we can have all this money, we can spend it, we can bring people here, but we can't use any of the money to make the city still attractive and continue to be attractive with good roads, et cetera, to continue to bring those tourists in.
I would argue that eliminating illegal fireworks makes it much nicer to live here.
I agree. I agree. I'm not
Yeah.
opposed.
Wouldn't
But
fines,
I'm
wouldn't
also-
fines
I
from
mean-
illegal fireworks go into the general fund?
Yeah, so, well,
Probably public
it's complicated.
safety.
Much of it goes to the state. There's different ways it's divided up, but anything we retain is in the general fund.
So it would be a better use of our tourism dollars to put it into the fireworks show and take the fines from fireworks and use it in the general fund.
Yeah, so what
We
you
have more
could do is
flexibility.
just say, if we generated an extra $10,000 in fines, we would allocate an extra $10,000 of TLT towards this, if you wanted to do that.
I wouldn't have a problem with that.
One of the things that I think we're obviously doing here is we're talking about two different things. Number one, are we going to support at least at the $25,000 level? If we only do 25,000, then the chamber has a decision whether they want to even do fireworks.
Well, the 25,000 is
But let
part
me
of the
finish. Let
tourism
me
money.
finish. The purpose of this meeting, I believe you made the motion, was to have this discussion about whether we were going to support fireworks going forward.
Sure.
About 4 or 5 months ago. So that's part of why we're here. Sadie's given us some, pretty good numbers here, telling us, a lot of history that I don't think any of us probably knew before. And, particularly last year where they actually lost money doing it. And they only lost money at that somewhat, 10% level because they went out and did a lot of work trying to raise money, which, isn't necessarily shown here either. And that money they raised came from the businesses. So the businesses are putting money towards this.
Most of our advertising costs, we're trying to fund
put it-
that.
yeah.
But the $25,000, you can see it funded half of the fireworks, and the fundraising, the sponsorships paid for the other half.
And you know of at least 10 years, it's only been 25,000. That was a bigger number 10 years ago, or however many years it was. And, continuing to fund it at the same level, putting the rest of it on the shoulders of the chamber doesn't seem fair to me. Costs go up. We all know that, how much of our costs gone up for everything we're talking about. So anyway, bottom line, what I would like tonight is a commitment that we are going to fund the fireworks. I want to postpone it to make the actual decision how much until next week, when Zach and Spencer can come together and confirm that whatever amount, whether it's an additional whatever the numbers are, 15,000, or for the smaller one,
It's 15.5 to 35.
and 35 for
35
the
is the
bigger
the
one.
Yes.
Okay. So, what's your consensus? I would like the numbers to be somewhat separate so that we can talk about that, but I think we ought to be able to make a decision about whether we want to support the fireworks tonight.
I'm in complete support. I did like Councillor Hoffman's point, though, that I would like to see the businesses contribute as well. And I know they do, but I would like to see the chamber actively out there really trying to get them to contribute. And then if that was the case, I would be actually in favor of raising it to keep the fireworks show at the same level, but raising the amount that we would fund to $40,500.
We are actively asking business. I mean, our campaign is months and months ahead of time, and the fact of the matter is people are tightening businesses are tightening their budgets more and more, especially retail, being that everybody's being hit with the tariffs.
Exactly.
And I mean, I have retail businesses that are on my chamber board who are down 30% for this month. So my fear is that coming into April, when I start asking, it's the answer isn't going to be yes. And so the expectation, as I've laid out, is that we meet the level that we've met for this last year. That may not happen, and we would ultimately be making up that difference also if we see a drop. Again, retail supported the majority of the sponsorships, so if we see that decline, ultimately the chamber is going to be footing that bill also.
My thoughts are that with the city becoming more aware and more vigilant about illegal fireworks and enforcement of ordinances, that lessens the negativity for the fireworks show. So I think there has to be a commitment on both sides. This is a partnership. There has to be a commitment on the part of the city to go forward with getting to the point where we are eradicating illegal fireworks. And yes, they are two separate subjects, but they do link. And if we don't do our part on that, then it's pointless as to how much we invest in a fireworks show. So I have to see the commitment on both the side of the city, and I want to see the chamber working as a partner on what to do about illegal fireworks as well.
I would say the more restrictive we get, the more enforcement that we do on the illegal fireworks. It's going to be on us. If our goal is to maintain the same level of economic impact, then the goal would be to make it more of a draw for the sanctioned fireworks, not less.
I didn't understand.
So right now, folks
to
come for the
replace
show
those
generally.
people.
That includes the illegal fireworks that they have come to expect. If we're more restrictive about the illegal fireworks, then the draw has to be bigger with our sanctioned fireworks to make up for the difference.
I'm not sure I agree with that. That's not what Lincoln City has experienced, I don't believe.
They have.
That
They've
is-
seen a huge, they saw a
But
huge.
over time, there's
They've
first
been 3
year.
years, and they've seen a huge decrease in the number of people coming. They went and they got horrible feedback on what they did this year.
Well, that was a different show. That wasn't a fireworks show.
Agreed, but
I already mentioned that I'm in support of the funding. I'm happy to discuss what the right amount is going forward. What is also true for me is that this is what I'm hearing, a tough year for businesses. And if it is, and there is a greater contribution from an $11 million bucket of money from the city this year, I don't think that's a bad thing. And I don't think it also would set a precedent that we would have to do it again next year if things changed.
I see this year with us making a shift in our enforcement, our ordinances, those types of things, that just like any new or improving event, we typically make tourism grants to get them off of the ground. And I see this as a 1-year investment to get ahead of the illegal fireworks, have some enforcement that day, have some education that day, to where we throw some money at it, to where we can make a impact for our neighborhoods and for our city to reduce the amount of illegal fireworks, to where then moving forward, we can say, okay, people know that it's illegal. We can now maybe look at other things to be able to add to the Independence Day celebration, like maybe an all-day concert or something else that just won't happen if people are shooting fireworks onto a stage. You know, if we can make that shift to where it is a full weekend event and not just an 18-minute fireworks show, we've got to invest some money up front to do that. And I would almost say, let's allow the chamber, if you want to get feedback from the residents, as do I, allow the chamber the opportunity to say, okay, if we had this much more money, we can do this to it. And that way we can use some of those TLT funds to make it better for the city as a whole.
I also think we need to remember that as we talk about illegal fireworks, everybody assumes they're always on the beach. They aren't. They're in the neighborhoods, and they aren't always just the visitors. They are our residents as well.
No
And
doubt.
so that educational program, that needs to be out into our citizenry as well.
And not wait until July 1st. That needs to be
Exactly.
done months and months in advance. And I think it is not too much to ask the hotels and the vacation rentals that when they get reservations for 4th of July weekend, that they tell these people
It's a great idea.
that you cannot bring your own fireworks. We're not doing that anymore. And then then people can't claim ignorance. You put up, like Cannon Beach does, they have big digital signs, no fireworks allowed in Cannon Beach.
We have some signs.
So there would be some impact for the hotels to do that, but going back to the fact that we only have 1,300 hotel rooms and 30,000 visitors, the 1,300 hotel rooms aren't housing those visitors.
But the
We talked about it in the illegal fireworks committee that, you know, many are day trippers. They're still spending money here while they're here, but as far as putting it on the hotels to get that message out, you'll be reaching a small portion of the people who are attending.
We'll put a sign on the bump on 26.
There's lots of
They won't
ways
see
to
that either.
You know, every time somebody bottoms out, their fireworks, you know, the sparks fly anyway, right? So it's its own show.
It's not unreasonable to ask the businesses that are profiting from this
you know,
weekend to help us educate the public and get the
Absolutely.
word out that we're going to start dropping paper when we catch them with illegal fireworks. There needs to be an absolutely zero tolerance policy to get it going.
I agree.
Because
on the illegal-
this isn't just about tourism. This is about our police department and our fire department and all the overtime that they have to put in. That comes out of the general budget, am I wrong?
You're right.
So it's not just, we have 11 million in tourism funds, let's blow it up in the air. It's considering all the other things.
Well, I mean, it's not, I'm not asking for $11 million. I'm only asking for the 70% of the
Yeah, but
10%
this
for the 2 days that are brought in
One
from
at a time,
TLT
one at a
funds
time.
for those 2 days.
And you heard Councilor Benneker say that since we have 11 million, she's all right with increasing it. I am not.
And Heidi, I'm not disagreeing with your point of view, but so you understand what I was saying, the increase to make the show 20 minutes longer is going to have nothing to do with the fire department and the police department enforcing during those 2 days. They're not the same issue.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay.
But we still tax our police and fire personnel. They have to work extra shifts. I've heard the fire chief talk
100%.
about that. And without all this fireworks.
I'm just asking that you don't ascribe that to what I was saying because they're not
I didn't-
related.
No, I'm
Okay.
talking about you
Thanks.
saying there's 11 million in TLT, so we can afford to increase the fireworks show. That's what you said.
Yes.
Right. And I'm saying it's not just the cost of the fireworks.
And I would say that it's not just the fireworks. It's everything else that's brought in with it because of those TLT funds being spent on a fireworks show. All the money that's brought in that helps support our residents that work here in this community through the rest of the year. And so we can look at any event that's done that is I mean, you could say they're detrimental to our residents and they cause traffic and they cause all these other things, but they're also what help our residents survive.
I would just like to make a point on the illegal fireworks piece. I'm standing by to implement whatever recommendations the ad hoc committee comes up with. So I think you guys are really taking the charge there, and I'm all in favor of doing whatever we can as quickly as we can to crack down on the illegal fireworks. Hopefully we can get something before next year's show.
Sadie, I heard a little bit of resistance to doing the education part on your part.
Oh, I think my hesitation would be putting it on the chamber to make that enforcement our task, because as the
Not
whole
enforcement. Not enforcement.
So the
Education.
the committee for the illegal fireworks committee is we're all racking our brains, right, to try to figure out how best to implement the things that need to happen to reduce those illegal fireworks. And we've got a whole committee that's
I'm
wrapping
aware.
our brains around, right?
I realize I missed one, but I am on that
Well,
committee.
I know. That's why I'm saying we. It's the royal we. Anyway, but then to say that, well, the chamber needs to be that education piece.
I don't think that's what we're saying. Participate in being.
We're not saying you're the sole
be-
responsible
not
party
so-
for that.
And like I say, logistically, I don't anticipate that us managing a hired staff would be an issue. I don't think that would be the case. Financially, yes. Logistically, no. I just want to make sure that it is not our sole piece to then be putting up signs, to manning the every entrance of the beach for the for the 15 hours ahead of the fireworks, because that's when people go down to the beach. I just want to make sure that isn't the expectation.
Here's an idea I've got, Sadie. The chamber helps volunteers for Hood to Coast for a certain amount of money. And you get the volunteers to go and work at the beer garden, and the chamber gets a check.
Well, we had to hire people to do that this year.
Right.
I mean, we had to hire, not volunteers.
No doubt.
We had to hire people to do that.
And so if we did the same thing to have people sit at the entrances to the beach with a sign that just says, don't bring your fireworks illegal, $5,000 fine, and that was funded with those funds, is that something that the chamber could set up?
Sure. I don't have that number, what that would be.
Yeah, I don't either.
But it is something
and that's
that
what
I
I'd
could
love to go back
research
and
between
for us
now
to
and
research.
next meeting.
Yeah, the city would fund it out of the TLT. You guys would just, it would be
And that's
part of the event.
pretty well where I was going was
For your committee.
what would you be able to bring us the numbers for what that would cost you? Because that's going to, for my part, in getting over my heartburn with this, that's one of those things that's going to be able to say, okay, this is an actual partnership that's working together to not only put on the show that draws in the tourists, that sustains life in this community, but also helps reduce the problems that are the also offshoot of that.
Sure. I think that I would want specific parameters from the council to do that. So I could count the number of beach entrances between you and 12th and say if we're manning every beach entrance with one person for 15 hours, I can come up with that number. If that's not what you want, I don't want to throw a number out at you that is going to shock your pants off.
Okay. Yeah.
Spencer?
Well, Spencer?
I was gonna say, it feels like we're starting to do what the
That we're in the
subcommittee
weeds.
Sure.
has to do. And I think while it would be great to have all that worked out before you decide your commitment and the commitment level, I think it's more complicated and nuanced than on face value. And so it's going to take some real work by this committee. I don't think that will be in place with a solid plan by the end of this calendar year when you need to make a decision. So, and I wouldn't put it on the chamber to come back because that's the point of this committee. So let's not try to solve that here or ask the chamber to solve it as the committee works on that.
So do I have any kind of consensus on any of this?
I think you might be able to.
I believe that we could. I believe that we could commit to the existing amount, with then being able to look at additional funding based on what's coming. That would be my motion.
I would agree.
That's a motion?
Well,
The motion. I move that we agree to fund the existing 25,000, and with the idea of coming back for additional funds with more information
By the end of the year.
by the end of the year.
Second.
Yeah, that was Councilor Pasalski and Councilor McVeigh. Now, before we go any farther,
What
Sadie?
you want? Does that get you what you need?
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm asking.
Sorry, did you want to ask, Mr. Mayor?
No, well, yes.
Okay. I think that if you agree to fund it at $25,000, thank you. I really appreciate that support. I have to then take it back to my board to determine whether we're able to make the decision to initiate the payment for a show that is going to cost us an additional $15,000. So I can't commit to an additional $15,000 for 2026 myself. It's not within our budgeting process yet. And so I have to go to my board to just make sure that our plans to continue the fireworks show, whether we get an additional $15,000 to support it or not.
So you have approval at the 40,500 to say that we're going to have a fireworks show because it wouldn't essentially cost you more.
Correct.
Okay, I'd like to amend my motion to 40,500.
I'll second.
What about the first?
You can't amend your own motion without the second.
Draw it.
Yeah.
He
Okay,
seconded.
I withdraw my motion.
Can't do that.
I can't
Yeah.
withdraw my motion either?
You can, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
I withdraw my motion. I'd like to make a new motion to fund the fireworks at 40,500 with the possibility of additional funding based on additional information received from the chamber before the end of the year.
And I'll
You
second
can't
that.
make a new motion while there's a motion on the table. And there is a motion on the table.
I thought I withdrew it.
You did.
You couldn't withdraw it without him saying yes. Did you say yes to that?
I did not. In fact, I mostly out of a lack of awareness that I needed to, admittedly.
Me either.
I'm okay with withdrawing the.
I move again to fund to fund at the 40,500 level with the ability for additional funds before the end of the year based on additional information gained.
I'll second.
Previous motion removed. It's Councilor Pasalski and Council President Morrissey. Any further discussion?
As I said earlier, I'm not prepared to vote on this tonight because.
There's a motion, you get to vote.
I didn't say what I need to say.
You said further comment.
Because A, it was just presented, this whole idea and extra was presented tonight. And B, I want this to be out there for our citizens for 2 weeks. Till our next meeting. So I can't vote in support.
I still think that without the commitment for taking part in, not handling exclusively, to be clear, that education piece, I'm still having a hard time getting past the traditional 25,000.
Oh, I said that I wouldn't anticipate it being a problem for for us handling logistics of hiring people to do that. I don't see that as a problem for the chamber. I just can't commit to it because I have a board, but I don't see that being something that they kick up a fuss about if we're not having to fund that. Logistically, it would be me managing it, and I would have no problem with adding that to my task list for 4th of July.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are those opposed?
No.
No.
So is that 2 noes, Hoffman and Montero? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I've asked Spencer to jump in here first for city staff comments regarding the fact that we need to discuss counselor appointment process. And I'd like to know what you think we need.
Sure. Do we want to give some time to Councilor Pazalski first? So it's
I'll take a couple minutes.
Public knowledge, and then
Yeah.
that'll give me enough time to bring up my notes.
For those of you that don't know, I will be moving out of Ward 4, thus I have to give up my seat. I have notified city staff, the council, and the mayor that it will be on or before December 20th. It'll occur on the day that I move, and therefore they need to appoint somebody to take this seat. It doesn't mean I'm going anywhere. I will still have my businesses here. I'm just moving a few miles up the road. So I will still be here at meetings, voicing my opinion just from that side instead of this one.
Thank you.
So we had not the same, but a similar process last year where we had a council vacancy midterm, and we did an appointment. That's where Councilor Binnicker was appointed. So let me go through a couple of things. So, I'm thinking more just to get your thoughts going, and then likely at our next council meeting, let's fine tune that, but we'll take any direction you want at this time as well. So, we need to announce the vacancy, and the period that you want to take applications. The last time, I believe you required the candidates to collect 20 signatures. So that would be something that you can discuss as to whether or not you want to do that. You'll need to decide a date that you want to have the applications come into you by. Last time we did do interviews with the with the candidates. I believe each of you submitted 3 questions ahead of time. Staff kind of went through them, and if they're similar ones, we put them together and came up with a final list of questions that you asked each candidate, along with a scoring system. Ultimately, though, it's really your discretion as to who you choose to appoint, whatever criteria you want to use. We picked a date, so we would want to pick a date that you would want to interview candidates. Then your process is to deliberate and vote. And if I recall correctly, Councilor Binnicker, you were appointed at the same meeting, you were interviewed and maybe caught a little off guard, but we applied the oath right then and
wouldn't say put you right to work, but put you right in the chair. So, so a couple of things I think for the council is: do you want a similar process? Are you ready to make some decisions tonight? Do you want the 20 signature requirement? What kind of a timeline do you want to look at in terms of soliciting and recruiting? And then I anticipate we would do an interview soon after whatever closing date you choose. And then ultimately it'll be up to you to interview and appoint. So that's generally the process, but you have a lot of flexibility on how you want to do that.
There's at least one difference for this one compared to the one for Chris, because it is more than 100 days from the next general election. Whoever we appoint will only be in office until the end of 2026, and then we'll have to run, if they so choose, in the November 26 election for the rest of the 2-year term, because that's how long David's term lasts. We
They would need to decide that by next summer.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's a choice of whoever we end up appointing. I mean, it'll be an open election; anybody can run. I personally like the idea of going through the process just like we did. That seemed to work really well. I don't want us, because this was not noticed, this is just a discussion. I don't want to make any decisions on it tonight, but I just want to get feedback to Spencer so that he can work up a timeline. The one question I have is, because we have a month and a half before it actually takes place, can we go ahead and start the process, or do we have to not have, we can't have applications coming in before the seat is actually declared vacant?
I think the only limitation is you can't appoint someone until there's a vacancy, and the vacancy isn't until he moves or his resignation date. So I think we're fine to advertise, even if it's the city has received notice of a pending. I mean, I suppose David can change his mind. Let the voters decide if they like that or not. But I don't think there's anything wrong with starting that recruitment now. But obviously, we can't appoint until the vacancy exists. But if we're just talking generalities, I think we're at a good point now to begin a recruitment with possibility of having the deadline being the end of the calendar year and do the interviews at the first meeting in January. So that's just kind of off the top of my head. It feels like doable, but that's really your discretion.
That's what I was thinking would work best, yeah. It's always interesting to start a year actually appointing another counselor, but yeah. Any comments from anybody?
I don't have any.
Other than David?
I think waiting till January takes out the awkwardness of having Councilor Pasolski voting for his replacement.
Well, you can't do that.
You'd have to recuse himself anyways.
He can't vote to appoint until there's a vacancy, and there's not a vacancy until he's not on the council.
Fair.
But so the question still is, when can we, we can go ahead and advertise that there's going to be an opening and start accepting applications.
I think we can start taking, because we have something in writing, we can start accepting applications now, just with the caveat that we can't appoint until the vacancy exists.
Right, and if it changes. What was the other thing I was going to say? Well, it's gone. So, calendar-wise, yeah, if you could put together a calendar for us, trying to meet a goal of being able to appoint the first meeting in January.
Yeah, and I can probably also send out.
I don't think we can appoint the first meeting. It would have to be the second meeting, because we have to be able to interview, and we can't interview until after January 1st.
Well, we appointed Chris the same time we interviewed.
The interview and appoint in the first meeting in January.
What you're saying.
Yeah, that's what we did.
I'll send out the council the I'll send the questions you asked last time, see if you guys want to update them. Maybe you want them completely different, so potential candidates don't know. I think unless they hear otherwise, we'll at least put out an announcement of a vacancy and start collecting applications. I guess the one thing we'd want to know is all the other requirements are straightforward. They're in state law or city code. The only discretionary thing was the 20 signatures. So do you want to continue to do that? And if so,
It makes sense.
okay.
Same thing
If that's the
we
case,
do.
then we'll kind of put out the announcement and start the recruitment and kind of, we don't get involved, so we'll let those things happen. And we'll let you recruit or not recruit as much or as little as you want. And we'll just, from staff's position, we'll just see what happens.
Could you have a chat with both the Warrenton city manager and the Astoria city manager, because they just are going through this process now. Actually, Warrenton's done with it, but Astoria is right in the middle of it, yeah. So that'll be on our next agenda.
Next agenda, just to be specific, you're looking for kind of what the timeline and process looks like.
Right.
Do you want us to wait to start advertising that, or should we begin?
If it's okay to advertise, the sooner the better.
More time, the better.
Yeah.
Theoretically, if you're advertising, you should have an application ready for people to ask for.
Yeah, so
And
we
an
would just use
application
the
packet.
same thing we did last time.
Okay.
Staff, anybody?
You still awake?
At 9:10. Oh, hi, Carrie. Not staff, but thanks for hanging around.
So this weekend, I can't tell.
It might have
Yeah, it died.
Dead battery, yes.
This weekend was a very busy weekend. It was slated to be an awesome weekend with the weather, PBL, the occupational therapist convention in town, as well as wine walk. And then I've just, the STDA, our whole mission is focusing on downtown viability, economics, economic impact, I should say, and beautification. So I'm just going to kind of give you what happened on Saturday for the businesses that I've been hearing from and what I saw. At 9:04, we received word that ICE may have retained someone. At 9:45, it was confirmed, as well as, hey, that it took someone else in Roosevelt. Then what I know is that I started receiving a lot of phone calls, as well as other business owners, managers, people in the community to each other, too, about, is this real? Do we still go to work? What's happening? There's always a lot of questions, because for a long time, it's been a lot of rumors for Seaside. And so at 9:45, I received that notice that, yes, it happened, and now a second person was taken. At 10:03, a local merchant received a phone call from a news station in Portland asking if it was true that 2 people were arrested on holiday. They didn't confirm because they didn't actually know at that time. I know that for the restaurants and hotels, some hotels, and I'm sure you do know, but we share a lot of employees between Cannon Beach and Seaside. You'll have people that work at hotels in Cannon Beach come back in Seaside and work in restaurants at night, vice versa. Goes both ways. So a lot of restaurants had people not showing up to work, and they were calling in because the hotels were allowing them to stay at their hotel that they worked at for the night, just out of fear. A lot of people kept their family members home, even if they were born here or DACA, because of fear. So what happened was, being a Saturday, a lot of businesses were paying out overtime because it was the last day of the pay week and making it through, but just wanted to share kind of the difficulty that was going on just from that standpoint. It's not the worst part of what happened at all by any means, but it is just my job to share that. So we had people really, really scared to show up to work for 2 days, people worried about who was taken, who wasn't. A lot of rumors, just a lot of interesting impact for people just distraught and tired by the end of the day of working. And the city was packed because of the weather and just everything going on. So I just wanted to share that. I know that one business, maybe two, didn't open yesterday due to people calling in. And some people opened late, some people closed early. But just sharing that, we don't have a board meeting for the SDDA until Wednesday, November 19th. So we haven't had a chance to talk much about besides that. But just want to share that. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. That's it? Okay. John?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make it brief. Just like we're now doing with council comments, we've set it up so when there are applications for boards, committees, and commissions, you'll automatically get a copy of that to your email. So just, I know you get a lot of email, but just pay attention that that might be coming in that way as well. I'm sure Kim will alert you, but you'll have first access to that. And then from the HR, just quickly as well, we have an open position for a 911 telecommunicator, dispatcher. We're accepting applications till December 7th. And then our position for the permit tech building inspector position, that closes on Sunday. So thank you.
Thank you. Spencer, anything else?
You've heard enough from me. Just a reminder, in observance of Veterans Day, our offices will be closed tomorrow. So our employees will have a day off, and just want to reiterate what was said earlier today and recognizing and thanking veterans in our community for their service.
Thank you. Heidi?
I'm going to yield to Seamus because he has something, and maybe you can come back to me.
I'm honestly going to be a lot tonight. We like history around here. November 9th, 1989 was the first day the wall came down in Berlin. November 8th, 1989, I was in East Berlin, where I had the misfortune of watching their secret police kidnapping people off the streets in front of the Reichstag building. November 9th, 2025, ICE was in Seaside, masked up and doing the same damn thing. According to ProPublica, at least 170 U.S. citizens have been taken, many of them children. There are at least 24 cases in the last year of people impersonating ICE to attempt kidnappings, rapes, murders. What are we doing, people? Where have we gotten? Where have we gotten that we have regressed to the point where we are now in the United States of America so closely resembling the goddamn KGB? Forgive my language. I will not apologize, however, for my passion. We have gotten to the point where we are allowing our brothers and sisters, our cousins, our neighbors, our co-workers, our employees to get disappeared because of how they look. And nobody stops it. In the state of Oregon, we don't assist ICE. The police don't. I'm not a police officer. Pretty sure everybody knows why. And so I would defer to either the current or former police officers in the room to explain why the hell it is that they don't stop it. Why they don't stop unidentified people in unmarked cars from taking people off the street by force. By every definition I can find, that's called kidnapping. The police should, at the very least, I would hope, be verifying that these people are who they say they are. That if they're going to be taking somebody, they be doing it legally, with a warrant. Hell, with probable cause that they actually did something would be good. But that's not what we're seeing. Instead, we're seeing our people disappear. We're seeing our population declining of some of the hardest working, best people in our communities. I cannot believe I'm back at the point of seeing people disappeared off the goddamn streets. Folks, this can't go on. There has to be a way. There has to be. And I'm sorry to those whose families, because I'm lily white. They ain't coming for me. I realize that privilege. I recognize it. But if I can use that privilege to help somebody else who doesn't have it, I'm gonna. I don't have the answers. I wish I did. I wish I could say what we can do up here to fix things. All I can do is put myself in your shoes. I can put myself in the way if needed. I've been to prison before. I'll go back if that's what it takes. I'm not saying I'm gonna commit a crime. I'm not threatening anybody, just to be clear. But I'm saying I will protect my constituents like I should. I was elected to a position to lead like we all were. And we should damn well be leading and not hiding behind, we're not participating. That's not an insult back there, Chief, by the way. Just to be clear. Again, I don't know what to do. If there's something I can do, please let me know. I don't know which camera's on. I don't know what to do with that. But I'm here, and I'm going to keep on trying. I'm going to go into some more history on a different topic now. Something that's hopefully going to bring me a little more joy and a little less tears. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the name Alan Hart or Sophie Wilson. Alan Hart was a doctor who lived in Lynn County, Oregon. Born in 1890, and was one of the very first Americans to get a hysterectomy as part of a gender reassignment. Alan Hart is also the person who pioneered using X-rays to diagnose tuberculosis, thereby saving countless lives. It is the process that is still used today. Sophie Wilson designed the microchips in every single person in this room's phones. It's another trans contribution. They're not all famous. They're not all doing amazing things, but then neither are we. There's also my daughter, who I love dearly, and my granddaughter. And they bring me nothing but joy. I am ashamed of our council at this moment for this topic, for not issuing a proclamation, for denying the request, saying it was too political. I'm ashamed of that. I'm sorry. Donna, your request should not have been dismissed, in my opinion. Because of that, I've written a council statement. It's been signed on to by 3 of us. If any of the others would like to, you're more than welcome to. I'm going to read that now. This is not a proclamation. I realize parts of it will sound like it, just to be clear. Whereas Transgender Awareness Month is a time to celebrate and elevate voices and experiences of the transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming community through advancing advocacy around issues of prejudice, discrimination, and violence that affect the transgender community. And whereas during this month we recognize Transgender Day of Remembrance on November 20th, a day in which transgender people and allies across the globe come together to honor the lives lost to anti-trans violence. And whereas these efforts are more important than ever, as we see our children growing up in a world where equality for all is not yet guaranteed, where transgender students are targeted for mistreatment, where transgender workers routinely face discrimination, where at least 32 transgender lives were tragically taken and inhumanely taken through violent means, including gun and intimate partner violence in 2024 alone. And whereas transgender members of our local community have fled the area, and in some cases fleeing the country entirely, for fears for their own safety. And whereas over 1.6 million adults and youth identify as transgender in the United States, and whereas transgender people have existed across cultures throughout history, transgender people are our family, friends, neighbors, and co-workers, deserving of dignity, respect, and opportunity to thrive. And whereas research shows that transgender youth whose families support their gender identity have a 52% decrease in suicidal thoughts, a 48% decrease in suicide attempts, and a significant increase in self-esteem and general health. And whereas we must continue to raise awareness about our gender-expansive community, learn about what it means to be transgender while stopping harmful stereotypes and educating ourselves on identity, language, and other issues facing transgender people, whether by supporting a transgender person in our lives or to help to change the world to be better for our transgender population. Now, therefore, we, the undersigned counselors in the City of Seaside, in the state of Oregon, do hereby support Transgender Awareness Month in the City of Seaside and encourage every community member to continue learning and understanding the lived experiences of the trans community and to honor the identities and contributions of our transgender individuals. Seaside, Oregon, 10th of November, 2025.
The signers.
Heidi? Hang on, I'm not done. I said I was going to be a lot today.
Okay.
I wasn't exaggerating. The names of those of us who have signed thus far, and again, I encourage those who would like to please add your names. There's myself, Councilor Hoffman, and Councilor Montero. My final thing is there's a quote that comes to mind, and it's relevant to both of the things tonight. It's from Archbishop Desmond Tutu, and you probably know it. If you choose silence in the face of opposition, you've chosen the side of the oppressor.
My turn now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm also going to be commenting on ICE and transgender awareness. We've spent a lot of time showing appreciation for veterans. I'm the daughter of a veteran. I'm the sister of 2 veterans. My ex-husband was a veteran, so I love the veterans as well. I'm also the mother of a transgender child, and I'm a retired police officer. 10 months ago, during my second ever council meeting, I asked this body, what are we doing? That night, there was a debate on whether we should allow a private citizen access to the homeless camp to feed its occupants at no cost to the city. To me, it was a no-brainer. You feed hungry people, or at least you get out of the way of the people who are trying to feed them. Tonight, I have the same question. What are we doing? Why are we not recognizing Transgender Awareness Month? Why are we turning our backs on a minority group that is victimized at a rate more than 4 times higher than cisgender people? Oregon's transgender population is around 23,000. 3,000 of those are minors. Oregon also has the highest percentage of LGBTQ plus adults per capita in the US, totaling 254,300 people. The murders of transgender people in America nearly doubled between 2017 and 2021. fueled in part by Donald Trump's bigoted remarks. Well, he's back. And his new administration continues to blame transgender people for all sorts of things, not based on fact, just on bigotry. Since January, the Trump administration has issued executive orders that remove protections for trans people. His directives include targeting transgender students, banning transgender Americans from serving in the military, and giving federal agencies a green light to openly discriminate against transgender employees. 70% of Oregon's LGBTQ youth say they've experienced discrimination. 90% of those youth say that recent politics have harmed their well-being, sometimes or a lot. Our kids hear what we adults are saying, and they hear our words, and I know they hear our silence as well. 51% of transgender Americans say they want to leave this country. My child was one of them. My only child moved abroad after Trump was reelected. They moved abroad because they no longer felt safe in Seaside. They did not feel it was safe to remain here. I've been told that some members of this council find this topic too political. When did standing up for civil rights of our residents become too political? And how can anything be too political when we are politicians? We are elected to make difficult decisions and take on difficult topics. Do we stand up for the 1% who are being marginalized, or do we cower before the 1% who are buying up the media and spreading hate with their money and influence? Again, what are we doing? There's another group of Seaside residents who we betrayed just this last week. When ICE came into Seaside on Saturday and removed people who live and work here, the cry came out on the social media websites. Why isn't the city commenting? Why isn't the city standing up for these people? I asked the same question, and I was told again that the topic is too political. To that I say hogwash. We pledge allegiance to a flag in this chamber at the start of every council meeting. Hand to heart, we pledge that we believe in liberty and justice for all. We also swore an oath when we became city councilors to defend the Constitution. How can we be taken seriously if after speaking that pledge and taking that oath, we sit in silence while our minority residents are targeted? What are we doing? I'll read you a quote by that famous liberal thinker, George H.W. Bush, our 41st president. President Bush, a lifelong Republican, said, "Nearly all Americans have ancestors who braved the oceans, liberty-loving risk-takers in search of an ideal, the largest voluntary migration in recorded history. Immigration is not just a link to America's past, it is also a bridge to America's future." Another bleeding heart liberal, Republican Senator Mitt Romney, said, "We are a nation of immigrants. We are the children and the grandchildren of the ones who wanted a better life, the driven ones, the ones who woke up at night hearing that voice telling them that life in that place called America could be better." The majority of Americans think that ICE has gone too far. ICE officials stalk and seize people they suspect lack the authorization to be in this country without warrants. They separate families and terrorize communities. They conduct their raids with violence and disregard for human rights. They have pepper sprayed children and tackled old women to the ground. They even round up U.S. citizens and jail them based on their skin color, holding them for days before releasing them with no charges filed. The people targeted and taken are brutalized, kept in cells with no beds, and denied access to attorneys. And for what? For what? 71% of the people taken away by ICE have no criminal record whatsoever. In contrast, Mr. Trump has 34 felony convictions. But as we know, he's above the law. 3,800 people taken away by ICE are now missing. The United States government has no record of where they were sent after their arrest or refuses to disclose that information. Why? Is this the United States of America or some third world banana republic? The fact that there have been no raids to round up undocumented white immigrants exposes the real reason behind these raids. In fact, President Trump is welcoming South African whites as political refugees and has cut back the allowable number of immigrants substantially, while stating that white immigrants will get priority boarding. Also, if these targeted undocumented workers are so detrimental to our country, then why, when these big factories are raided, are the business owners never arrested or driven out of business for hiring those undocumented workers? And why doesn't Mr. Trump allow ICE to visit any of his properties? He's forbidden it. This year's budget for ICE is $170 billion at a time when people are going hungry and going homeless, and we're told that the government can't afford to feed and house them. Well, I say use that $170 billion to benefit the ones struggling, not to terrorize those who are picking our crops, cooking our food, cleaning our hotel rooms, and cutting our grass. These workers are part of our economy and part of our community. They pay taxes and they get zero benefits in return. They deserve our compassion and support in their quest for citizenship, not our apathy, our neutrality, our silence, and our cowardice. I was going to quote Desmond Tutu. The quote that I have is, and Desmond Tutu was a South African bishop who was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 1984 for his nonviolent campaign against apartheid. He said, if you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. Silence equals complicity, and I, for one, will not be silent.
David?
I'm going to pass tonight.
Tina?
I think that the topics that we've had tonight, veterans, transgender, and ICE attacks, are all very intermingled. There's a saying that I have in my daily calendar that I read every single day to remind me. And that saying is, the character of a community is how it treats people. And so I ask myself, how does the community called Seaside, Oregon treat people? Its residents, its visitors, its immigrants, its transgender community, its LGBTQ community. And it hurts me to think about some of this. I was notified early Saturday morning, I was out of town, about ICE being in Seaside, and all I could think of is that this is a human rights issue, and I felt strongly that the city needed to make a statement. We know ICE is here. We are not cooperating with ICE. As far as I'm concerned, we were having people kidnapped off our streets. This morning, I put a call into Consejo Hispano, and I know that they are very busy. I know that they have people on 24-hour call because I've spoken with both Jenny Poole Radway and Norma Hernandez in the past. They have a network on 24-hour alert. One of the things that I've thought about is I'm glad my Puerto Rican mother is not alive today to see this, and that I don't have to worry about her. But if ICE pulled up and I was in a car, and they looked to see who was the owner on that license, they would see the name Esperancita Montero. Could I be stopped? Yes. And they would be as puzzled as anybody else has been all my life when they see my name and they look at my face. So these are the things I've been thinking about. I cannot top what either of my fellow counselors has said. I can tell you that as a elected commissioner with the Sunset Empire Transit District, 2 weeks ago when we had our board meeting, we passed an initiative that we would carry in the transit center red cards for anyone to be able to pick up. And I would like to make that motion tonight that we have red cards available in our city hall for anyone to come and pick up. And for those of you who don't know, a red card it's red and it's bilingual and it outlines people's rights. If ICE comes to their door or ICE stops them. And so I'm making that motion. Would somebody second that?
Enthusiastically second.
So at this
Spencer,
point,
are you aware of that?
This is the first I've heard of it, so we'll need additional information.
I can give you all the information how to get them, Spencer.
I'll be in your office Wednesday with a red card.
My red card is at home.
There's a motion by Councilor Montero, seconded by Councilor McVeigh. Other discussion?
Just so I'm clear what this is, you're saying it's a card that has constitutional rights on it in Spanish?
In Spanish and in English.
Yeah. All right. I'm in favor of that.
Just a generic card.
Yes. And the Consejo Hispano and El Centro Norwest, they have them on hand. We have them now at the
their phone
transit
numbers
center.
on them?
No,
No contact
it tells you what
information
your
of anything.
rights are. It tells you what your rights are.
Okay. Further discussion?
Could we see one of the cards? Like, I'm having a tough time approving something that I don't.
Here. You could, you know what?
I can look at it later.
Look
It's
at
okay.
it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm only hesitant in the sense that we haven't noticed this to anybody either.
The red cards.
that-
Yeah. There you go. Download and print. Know your rights red card. That's it. People can download it. That's what it says. There.
They're the size of a business card. I mean, they fit in your wallet very easily. Red with white lettering. There's a stack of them at the Seaside Library even. Usually. I don't know if they're in stock, to be fair.
So this doesn't require any approval from our attorney to have it located in City Hall is why I'm wondering.
Why would
I haven't reviewed it, but if it's what everyone says
it feels
it is,
legal
probably
to
not.
me. Feels constitutional rights.
We put them at the library as well.
If it's at the library, then it's already in the city.
It's already at the library.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think this rises to the level that we need to be concerned about notice. You agree?
I don't think so.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Let's see if there's anything else I was gonna say. I think that's it for right now.
Chris?
Mayor, I don't mean to put you on the spot. However, you teased something at the last meeting about something happening at Broadway and 101. Traffic-wise,
Oh.
Is that something you're prepared? I've gotten some questions and wondering if you are prepared to
Not
talk
yet,
more or know when we'll have more information.
Actually, I don't know if our public works director or Spencer would know, but it's in the very early stages. So we haven't heard from ODOT when they're going to hold any kind of meetings.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
But we will certainly let everybody know.
Okay. Appreciate it. That's it.
As many of you know, another truck went in the water on North Wahana, right there in the Neowana Creek. It's the same place that a lady died previously. I sent an email to Spencer, and I believe he sent it out to the council, but just so the public knows, because I've been getting questions about this is actually county property, so we can't put a guardrail, but I think it's in process for us to make that request. And I think it's important because as more and more traffic go down Wahana, especially with the schools moving and everything, this is going to continue to be an issue. So I'll follow up on that, and hopefully we can see some kind of resolution there. And
that didn't go to the rest of the council, but
it didn't.
I will forward it to everyone
Yeah, that's
tonight.
the first I've heard of it.
Okay. I thought you sent it out. Sorry about that.
Seth, did it enter on the Wahana side? Or
Say again?
the picture I saw on Facebook showed it in such a orientation that makes me question, did it enter from the Wahana side, or it looks like there's tracks where it would have been
That's where I think they
on the
pulled it out,
101
but
side?
it did go in the Wahana side.
Okay, so it went in and did some spinning.
Yeah, close to the same spot the lady died. So second time now. The other issue I want to comment on is the Pacific construction is starting, and obviously there's a lot of apprehension with the folks in that neighborhood. So hopefully the city can do what they can to limit the impact on that development on them. I've lived in a neighborhood where there's been construction, constantly, and even just one house is a big impact. So hopefully we can work with those contractors and try to keep it contained, and while they build this thing, probably over the next year and a half or 2 years. I don't know how long it's going to take, but it's going to be a
1
big
year.
project.
About a year and a half. They hopefully a year from now they'll start the process of bringing, trying to get people to lease and rent. You have blamed the council for something that is my issue. These are mayoral proclamations, and I have a policy of how I handle these. I've turned down the request, yes, regarding this subject, but there are a lot of issues that people feel are worthy of my symbolic proclamation. But I don't want to use it to respond to the many issues that come up in any kind of climate, mainly because there are so many. I would note, too, that I issue a Pride Month proclamation that includes transgender as part of it. There may be, or definitely are, high feelings about this and very personal concerns of people here on the council. But I basically go under just a simple rule and try to remain as fully nonpartisan and striving for neutrality and unity. We agree that there are issues like that reach all of us. Same thing with ICE. I've not issued any kind of proclamation regarding ICE. Things that reach more people, like the fact that many people didn't have food, SNAP benefits, those kind of things. They're a little more short-term, perhaps, but going forward, it looks to me like there's still going to be issues with those too. I applaud any concern, issues that you want to be able to get involved in, and I'll be there too if necessary. It's just hard for me to know where to draw the line without getting so many different ones that are going to come up at any particular point in time. Going forward, we have the Pacifica groundbreaking already, and I was going to mention, yes, that they're out there digging already. I made a point in my speech there that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I think that applies to us too. We need to be able to work together and look the same way on things, although there are going to be differences among us of how to do that. So hopefully we can do that. We're going to continue to work on housing. Jeff Flory, the Community Development Director, is not here tonight, but we've already met with a couple of other entities trying to figure out where they can help us get additional housing. We do need to balance that against our capacity of water and sewer. The apartments on South Holiday are actually going to start renting before very long. I understand they're getting close. Some of them are getting close to completion. So there will be more housing there. My quote tonight, again, just to finish up by thanking our veterans and their families in honor of Veterans Day, which is tomorrow. Our veterans remind us that true strength lies not in power, but in service. And thank you for that. We're adjourned.